Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, so of the Shabbat Torah reading from the government that works for you and through you, Mashara Yasharallah. And as usual, well, sometimes we're coming to you from Puerto Rico, sometimes we're coming to you from Turkey. Well, today we're coming to you from southern Chiapas, All right. Zakat HaShabbat La Kodashwa. Remember the Shabbat to keep it holy. Before we get started, we're reading the Torah today because it's a commandment from Yahweh that we gather together on a Shabbat day. According to article number 5 of the Mashara Yasharallah 12 Torah Articles of Belief, the Torah or Torah means instructions. Instructions given by Yahweh. The Torah is contained in the first 5 books of the Bible: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Or Bereshit, Shemot, Vayakri, Bamidbar, and Devarim. All right. Masha Moshe was the prophet. Masha Moses was the prophet of the Torah. All right. Yasha Allah in every country shall adhere to the laws of the Torah as a formal code of law, statutes, and commandments of Yahweh in their homes and in their communities and in all of their travels. The Torah shall be taught formally in every assembly and community of Yasha Allah in Ibadiath, Hebrew, and in the local language of the participants. According to article number 6, and according to the Torah, the laws of Yahweh, we are commanded by Yahweh to observe a 7th day of rest as holy and convocational. During the weekly Shabbat, we shall read and study the Torah. We shall appear with others at a set time and place in holy convocation, as commanded by Yahweh. Khan? All right, so now, what we want to say also, before we get too deep, what we want to say also is the fact that the people that call themselves Black, Latino, Native American, Hispanic, these names don't exist in any historical pre-Columbian or pre-Christ cultures or history. These are made-up names. All right? So the ethnic, meaning the Appalachian, the Miccosukee, you are from the tribe of Reuben, of the nation of Israel. The tribe of Shabbat Ra'alban of Im Yash in slavery from West Africa. You are the tribe of Judah, Yahwadah. Those that came to what's called the United States of America today are the tribe of Yahwadah, the tribe of Judah. Those that came to Haiti are the tribe of Levi, the tribe of Lawiyah. And of course, this is going according to your father. If your father's father's father, as far back as you can go, belongs to these people, then this is your rightful inheritance. This is your identity according to Yahweh, the name that he put on you. And stop following what these Gentiles have told you. You got a nerve to be calling yourself, running around calling yourself, I'm a Black America, I'm a rich Porter, I'm a Puerto Rican. All right, I'm a Dominican Republic, soy Dominicano. These names don't appear in any historical records of the Bible. So you have to look at who are you in the Bible. and identify with that. Because you're going to worship the Most High. He said you got to worship him in spirit and in truth. And if you call yourself Black American, a Mexican, first of all, there's 3 tribes in Mexico, Israelite, biblical tribes in Mexico. Mexica was only one tribe, one family. Everybody in Mexico isn't Mexica, and everybody in Mexico isn't Azteca. And Mexica and Azteca are not the 12 tribes of Jacob. So we got to look at who is our father from Jacob. You see? So the tribe of Levi, they're Haitians. The people that call themselves Haitians are the tribe of Levi. The tribe of Joseph, 2 tribes, 2 families in Joseph. You got Ephraim, who's the Boricua and Taino of Puerto Rico, which is Aparia. So if your ancestors, your father's father came from Puerto Rico, then you are Aparia. If you are your father's fathers from Cuba, the Siboney, the Cubanacan, the Taino natives, that is the tribe of Manasseh or Manasseh. The tribe of Benjamin, those people that came in captivity and slavery, and that were dispersed through the Caribbean nations, the ones that belong to CARICOM, for example, Anguilla, Barbuda, Aruba, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bermuda, Bonaire, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Curacao, Dominica, French Guiana, Grenada, Guadeloupe, Guyana, Jamaica, Martinique, Montserrat, Saba, St. Bart's, St. Eustatius, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Martin, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Turks and Caicos, U.S. Virgin Islands. These people that came to those areas in captivity and slavery are the tribe of Benjamin. The tribe of Dan are the Black and Red Caribs. The tribe of Dan are the Black and Red Caribs. Those people that were native, that were in these islands before the so-called Europeans got there. The natives, all right, and the indigenous Black people, so-called Black people, which is not a nation called Black people. You have to understand that Black and white are European, are Edomite, Adonamia constructs of the twin brother of Jacob, because he looked different than everybody else. So he called everybody else black and brown, but he's the one that was pale and red. So he called everybody else black, and then he made the world think when he got control that, oh, black is bad and white is better. When the people in the Roman army, the people in the Greek army, they knew better. Because when they went on those campaigns to Egypt, when they went on those campaigns into parts of Persia, the white soldiers couldn't stand out there in that sun. The Edomite, Adonamia soldiers couldn't stay out there in that sun like the soldiers from the Middle East, like the soldiers from Africa, like the soldiers that were Yasharala Israelites, you see? So those people that are now known as Garifuna, known as Red Caribs, on these islands that I'm about to name, make up the tribe of Dan from the Bible. Anguilla, Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, British Virgin Islands, Dominica, French Guiana, Grenada, Guadeloupe, Guyana, Martinique, Montserrat, Saba, St. Bart's, St. Eustatius, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Martin, St. Martin, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, TNT, Turks and Caicos, U.S. Virgin Islands, and all Garifuna Black Caribs that are in the islands, Central and South America. Because remember, we have Calipuna, Garifuna down in Suriname also in Guatemala and Honduras, and also in Belize. Okay? The tribe of Simeon are the Taino natives, and those people that came in slavery to the República Dominicana, Dominican Republic. The tribe of Issachar are those people in Mexico, Yashashakar, those people in Mexico of the original people of Aguascalientes, California Sur, Colimas, Ciudad de Mexico or the Distrito Federal, Durango, Estado de Mexico, Guanajuato, Guerrero, Hidalgo, Jalisco, Michoacán, Morelos, Nayarit, Oaxaca, Western Oaxaca, Puebla, Querétaro, San Luis Potosí, Sinaloa, Tlaxcala, Northern Veracruz, and Zacatecas. That's the tribe of Yashashikar, Issachar. The tribe of Zebulun. Okay, the tribe of Zebulun are the natives, the indigenous peoples of Campeche, Chiapas, Oaxaca, Eastern Oaxaca, Quintana Roo, Tabasco, Veracruz, Yucatan, Belize, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. That's the tribe of Zebulun. All right, all the people in Central America and then going into southern Mexico. The tribe of Gad. The tribe of Gad are those people whose fathers and fathers' fathers are the natives of Canada, the USA, and northern Mexico, which would include in northern Mexico, Baja California, Chihuahua, Coahuila, Nuevo León, Sonora, and Tamaulipas. North America, which is called in the Bible, the land of the north. Now the tribe of Asher are those natives of Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, French Guiana, Paraguay, Peru, Suriname, Uruguay, Venezuela, and South America. That's the tribe of Asher, Ashar. If you came to those areas in captivity, or if you were already there as native to those places, then you come from the tribe of Asher. All right? And now if you come from the tribe of Naphtali, which are the natives of Argentina y Chile. That is the tribe of Naphtali. So that's the summary of who are the 12 tribes of Israel. These are the Banya Yasharallah, which are the children of Israel. And these are the people that are working with, through, for, under, and over the Mashara Yasharallah, the government of Israel. Mashara Yasharallah is not about one camp or one organization being at the forefront. I know it may seem like that sometimes, but it's not. And we're working internally to alter and change that public perception into the reality of what we actually are, which is the government that is created by the power of the Torah and Yahushua to serve the people of the Most High, to teach Torah, the instructions of the Most High. That's our greatest calling. So that's what Mashara Yasharallah is about at its fundamental core: repentance and obedience. That's what we're about. And that can get kind of clouded sometimes when brothers may want to like doing a certain thing, and then they like doing this thing and they keep doing that one thing or two or three things. So it's easy to lose sight of the fact that we're supposed to be waking up our people, bringing them back to repentance, bringing them back to compliance of what is their ancient biblical identity, like I just named off. What are their laws and commandments and statutes that they're supposed to be following? What's their culture? And if we promote that, that's going to give us favor in the eyes of the Most High. And if we obey him, we're going to get his favor. And when we get his favor, then he said he's going to gather us from all the countries where he scattered us. You understand? So this is what the Most High have already told us in Deuteronomy chapter 30, verses 1 through 3. So going into the Torah, all right? And he told us in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 25, he says, forsake not the assembling of yourselves together, as the manner of some is. And even more as we see that day approaching. So he said, y'all got to get together. Said it in Hebrews and said it all the way back in Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1. And he told us in Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1 through 3, what is the foundation of us coming together? Yahushua and then obedience as the children of Israel. So that's what Mashara Yasharallah stands for. We stand for obedience to the Torah. We don't stand for respect of person. We don't stand for arguments outside of the Torah about doctrine. We don't stand for debates and arguments about other books outside of the Bible. And that can get clouded sometimes. Cursed be man that trusteth in man and make your flesh his arm. And I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. I haven't seen no modern leader, none of y'all, can equal to a pinky of it. So I'm not rocking with none of y'all new leadership that's trying to say this and that and take us in a different direction. I'm staying the course that King Mashah set for Israel. I'm staying the course that described Ya'iqwab, that Ya'iqwab, may the Most High receive them into his glory and grant them eternal life. I'm staying with the course that they set. Y'all new brothers or y'all old school brothers, y'all want to let these cats take you in a different direction, changing up doctrines, and changing up what books we're going to use now. I'm not going, Masharai Yasha Allah, we ain't rocking that way. We ain't going that direction at all. We ain't entertaining nothing that's similar to pretending or thinking that our imagination may perhaps dream of doing something outside of the foundation that we got. But I'm watching Satan creep into the government. And it's members of the government that don't like the fact that it's being brought out and it's not being accepted wholesale. All right? We're not stupid men. The Most High and the public are trusting us for a reason. And of course, in every movie, you got a good guy and a bad guy. What was that, a movie? Well, it's a lot of movies you can think of. I'm not gonna start giving fame and praise to Hollywood right now. This is Shabbat. But it don't matter who come with what. Paul said, what? If an angel of light comes talking to you, if an angel of heaven comes talking to you about another doctrine, he said, don't believe it. So a lot of you brothers that may have started out with the book of Enoch, hey, that's what you started out with. A lot of you brothers may start out with the Quran, hey, that's what you started out with. A lot of you brothers may might have started with the whatever books the Hindus use, the Bhagavad Gita, right? You might have started with that. But when you come into Israel, you gotta throw all that stuff to the side, man. And you gotta go into that Torah. You gotta go into those 66 books and of the Bible, because there used to be 66 books agreed to. Anybody come talking about anything else, guess what? They either one, perpetrating a fraud, they ain't Masharai Yasha Allah, or they two, they breaking their word. And I ain't rocking with no leadership that's breaking their word, trying to take my family into areas and courses that have not been plotted. We have not plotted no course. We plotted a course with the Bible, that's it. If you ain't rocking with the Bible and that's it, if you got all these extracurricular books to try to prove the Torah, you're going off. You're going the wrong way. Right? So we as a government stand upon the 66 books and the 14 books of the Apocrypha. And there's a lot of other Israelite camps out there. I was meditating this morning on how there's a lot of Israelites out there, and each one of you brothers got a specific skill. Some of y'all are tremendous leaders in different areas. And we're supposed to be using all them talents for the nation. But because you don't trust other brothers, and for what you call that? And for not good reason, but not probable, and for justifiable reasons, you may have stayed away from Masharai Yasha Allah. But notice that when we talk, myself and Zaquan Adanyala and Shatar Yahawashai and Shatar Karal Tazayah, all the brothers and the twins, all the brothers from that started with that we all got brought together from different, we was neighbors, but we didn't even really know it. You know what I'm saying? But all the brothers that came, that the Most High, that ended up in Ohio. All the brothers ended up in Ohio, all right, in colleges or on the streets. But all of us ended up in Ohio, all right? And none of them brothers, we're not promoting no camp. We promote the nation, the government that serves all camps. So we ain't partial. We don't got no agenda. Our agenda is the Torah. I'm not saying that camps got agendas. We serve all of the camps. We serve all the schools. We serve all the assemblies. We serve all the community of Yasharallah. And some of the people may want to take advantage of what we have to share. And some people may want to share with us what they can contribute to the building of the nation. And one of our foundations that we seek to build the nation is Yahushua and the Torah. Everybody want to rock with Yahushua, but people don't want to really live and apply the Torah. So that's where we as a government come in. You understand? See, this thing is skewed. Because what happens when you're representing a school, and we're seeing this happen even now, and we're going to get into the Torah lesson in a minute. What happens when you're developing stuff as a school is that your school or your camp can switch up their doctrine. And then you can try to make that switch up in the doctrine influence other schools, other camps, and even try to influence the government. And we can't have that because this is not a camp agenda. This is not a community agenda. This is a national agenda that is built and strengthened by camps and by communities. So we got to stick to the Torah. And a lot of you brothers out there have strong leadership skills and talents. But the Most High said, he that is better than have much wisdom and transgress the commandments. So your leadership skills don't mean anything at all if you transgress the commandments. And the Most High says through his son Yahushua, whoever does the commandments and teaches them is going to be great in the kingdom, called great. But whoever shall not do them, whoever shall not do the commandments and teach men that it's okay to break certain commandments, little ones, the big ones, because we in captivity, the Most High said you'd be called least in the kingdom. He said you'd be called least in the kingdom. So the kingdom of heaven is looking down now, saying, okay, this guy's not, he's the least. Move on. Let's find another brother. So you have excellent leadership skills, man. But Satan has good leadership skills too. You know, T.D. Jakes got good leadership skills too. Creflo, all these guys are good leaders, but what are they leading the people? To light or to darkness? You see, that's what I don't think because somebody's an Israelite, automatically they're going to be leading you into righteous light. Nah, everybody got something that can contribute to the body. But it's just a matter of whether they want to use it for righteousness or use it for wickedness. And it's all precipitated upon the fact that whether they want to obey the Most High. That's why any of y'all know my conversation isn't without without. I love the breakdowns. I got years and years of breakdowns. But what good do it do for you to know all the deep mysteries of the Bible like Satan knows, but you can't keep the commandments like Satan can? So you actually end up being more like Satan. That's one of the reasons people love to talk, because they can't live it. They can't live the word. But Mashallah Yasha'Allah was set up to live the word and to demonstrate in righteousness and to serve and to be served with the people. That's the foundation. Zephaniah 2:1. Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation, not desired. But then, the Most High, he told us something else. He told us something else that people kind of overlook. I think it's in, let me look in Isaiah. Okay. So the Most High talked about Israel. Get Zephaniah 2 real quick. And then when do you get Isaiah 54:15?
Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1. Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
So he said gather together. And that's what we're trying to do as Masharah Yasharallah. Gather Israel together. And when you look at the Hebrew, there's two separate commands. One is telling people, y'all gather yourselves together. And the other one's telling them, now gather them together. Gather the people. You all gather the people together. So the mandate first is to those that's trying to walk in Torah and lead the people in Torah. How do we see this example? Exodus chapter 18. Moses first established the leadership by the people that was taught the law. So that's why we need leadership, not motivational speakers, not great debaters, not those that can convince you that their topic is the right way to interpret what that their topic is more important and correct. Those things are secondary. Primary is those that can teach the people obedience to the commandments of the Most High. That's the primary, right? That's the primary purpose of Mashara Yashal. All right. So as Zephaniah 2:1 says, gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation, not desire. Now let's go into Isaiah 54, but start with 14, not 15. So in righteousness, we're going to be established. Righteousness means you're not pulling any punches. You're not making no excuses why you can't do what the Father said to do. Your heart and your mind and your spirit are focused on the Heavenly Father, the Creator, Yahweh, El Altissimo. And you love Him with all your heart, soul, and might. That's what righteousness is. And we still striving to get there. But we're not going to get toward righteousness as a nation with people thinking that it's okay to break the Sabbath, to break a commandment because you're in captivity. We're not going to get to righteousness that way. So in righteousness shalt thou be established.
Thou shalt be far from oppression.
No more oppression. Oppression means somebody trying to push you down against your will wickedly. Go ahead.
For thou shalt not fear. And from terror, for it shall not come near thee.
Right.
Behold, they shall surely gather.
They shall surely gather. So people are going to try to gather together. They shall get together. They shall make big, unions and pacts and all types of super groups. They're going to try to get together. Go ahead.
But not by me.
If it ain't under the Torah, it ain't by the Most High. That's plain and simple. It ain't plain. It ain't of the Most High. So yeah, we've had big movements. Marcus Garvey, beautiful. I love what Marcus Garvey did, but he didn't gather the people under the Torah. He didn't gather people under Yahweh Mashiach. If this is your code of law as an ethnic people that have been, you all are refugees and don't even know it. You refugees and don't even know it. You've been scattered to the four corners of the earth, and you don't even realize that you're a refugee. You think that America is your home. All right? You think that Jamaica is your home, and you're thinking that Cuba is your home.
Whosoever shall gather together against thee shall fall for thy sake. So
people trying to gather now against the righteous government of the Torah. Against what the Most High has showed us what He wants us to do in the Torah. All right? Give me Micah 2:10. All right, finish that, Isaiah? Read it from 15 again.
Behold, they shall surely gather together, but not by me.
So they're going to gather together, but not. How do you know if it's of the Most High? So the law and the testimony. What's first? The law. Even when you go into Revelation, it says the law and the commandments and the faith in Hamashiach. You see that? The law is the foundation of obedience. And Yahweh Shai is the foundation of salvation. Micah 2:10, go ahead.
Micah chapter 2, verse 10. Arise ye and depart.
Get up, and leave. Why?
For this is not your rest.
See, these places of your captivity are not your rest. These places aren't your resting places. These are the places where the Most High brought us to get punished for our disobedience. You got a better answer? Of why the things are happening to us that are happening? Go ahead.
Because it is polluted.
This whole land Everything that's been influenced by Esau, Adam, is polluted. His government, his politics, his food, his religion, his roads, his air, his water, it's all polluted. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It shall destroy you, even with a sword destruction.
It shall destroy you with the sword destruction. Meaning if you stay under the ways of the other nations, the Most High say, you're going to be destroyed. Go ahead.
If a man walking in the spirit and falsehood do lie, saying, I'll prophesy unto thee of wine and of strong drink.
So I'm going to prophesy to you about things that's going to make your spirit feel distracted from what you got to do. That's the spirit of wine and strong drink. I will prophesy to you about wine and strong. Oh yeah, I can use a drink, man. Now, you think it's talking about real wine? It could be. But we know that everybody out here talking that ain't talking about strong wine is not talking the truth. So that strong wine is going into the delusion that you're going to believe. Go to Revelation 19, Revelation 17 real quick. Revelation 17, round about verse 3. Okay, Revelation chapter 17, and read verse 4. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 17, verse 4.
Uh-huh.
And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color.
So the woman is talking about Babylon. It's talking about Babylon, which is mainly going into the so-called white man today of America. The Edomites that in the United States of America ruling. Go ahead.
And decked with gold and precious stones and pearls.
Because she robbed everybody. She robbed all of the nations. Go ahead.
Having a golden cup in her hand.
She had a golden cup in her hand. Go ahead.
Full of abominations and filthiness for fornication.
So it's full of all types of abomination and filthiness of fornication. So what's in her cup? From Micah chapter 2, verse 11, she got wine in that cup full of abomination and filthiness, fornication, all types of things against the Most High. And go ahead, what did it say?
And upon her forehead was a name written.
So she had a name upon her forehead. Go ahead.
Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
Mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. So that's what everybody is drinking when you ain't walking in this Torah. You drinking the wine from Babylon the Great, mother of harlots, abominations of the earth. Crescent, new moon, that's an abomination. Filthiness. New moon Sabbath, that's an abomination. That's filthiness. That's the wine of fornication from literally from ancient Babylon. And then some of you try to tell a lie. Oh, well, the Israelites kept the crescent moon also. No, Babylonians and Israel had the same calendar. That's a lie from the pits of hell. Bashem Hamashiach Yahushua. So that's the wine that our people have been drunk with. So when you go into the book of Micah chapter 2, verse 11, when it says, I will prophesy unto thee of wine and of strong drink, what does it say?
He shall even be the prophet of this people.
He shall even be the prophet of the people. Yeah, man. Yeah, tell me some more about that. Tell me some more about that. You see? So that's what happens. So now everybody's drinking the wine and that fornication. Wine and strong drinks. Things that are going to distract you from what you need to be really doing. Give me Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Go ahead.
Fear Allah.
Stop. Fear the Most High. Fear the powers. Fear how? Doing exactly what they say. And that's a problem with a lot of leadership nowadays. A lot of civilians. But you civilians, I'm not really faulting you. I'm not faulting you civilians. I'm faulting the ones that try to make themselves out to be leaders by posting madness all over Facebook, all over YouTube, all over Instagram. And I'm faulting the ones that are leaders. Read that again.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Let's hear the conclusion of the whole matter. What's the conclusion? Let's hear what the conclusion is of everything. Go ahead.
Fear Allahaya.
Fear Allahaya. So the Most High said that we need to fear Allahaya. That's the whole conclusion. You see that? That's the whole conclusion. Fear the Most High. That's the whole conclusion. How do you fear Him? You don't fear by making excuses about why you can't do exactly what He said. You don't fear Him by saying, oh, I can't really do what the Most High said because I got to fear the Most High, meaning you trusting in Him, and you don't want to suffer the consequences for losing that trust. And keep His commandments. Keep His commandments. Keep the commandments. So if you're not keeping the commandments, and that's why it's important for you to study the Torah on the Shabbat. So that's where this Shabbat portion is Mishpatim, which means judgments. So we're going to go into the commandments of what the Most High said to do. Different aspects of law that we're supposed to be obeying as a people, that a lot of us don't even know about. So fear Yahweh and keep His commandments. Go ahead.
For this is the whole duty of man.
This is the whole duty of man. But what happened is that you have brothers that think that just because you are out in the public talking about the Bible, that's what the highways and byways are. Let me explain something to you, first of all. In ancient Israel, you had highways, which, as the name denotes, were made, elevated. When we talk about the highways and the byways, we have to go and travel to different areas to wake up the lost sheep and to bring them back to Yahweh. It doesn't mean you're going to stay at a rest stop and whoever comes through, you're going to teach them. It means you got to be on that highway, traveling, walking, different areas, different places at different times, strategically sometimes, to wake up the people. You go into the highway and you call them. Go give me Psalms chapter 9, verse 1. Where you at? All right, who has? Yeah, finish Ecclesiastes.
Verse 14.
Mm-hmm. No, the verse 12, 13 again. Finish 13.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Allahaya and keep His commandments.
Fear Allah and keep His commandments. Go ahead.
For this is the whole duty of man.
This is the whole duty of man. That's your whole duty, to fear the Most High and keep His commandments. And in the commandments, aren't we told about rulers? Aren't we told about judges and officers? Aren't we told about the Shabbat? So that's where His commandments come from. You call yourself an Israelite. You call yourself a Judite. You call yourself a Benjamite. You call yourself a Reubenite. You call yourself a Gadite. All these ites come from the children of Israel. Israelites. So if you're supposed to be all this different group of people from these people, ¿por qué están tratando de seguir otro libro afuera de la Biblia? Porque la Biblia no es suficiente. Si ustedes son la gente de la Biblia, son la gente de la palabra santa del Altísimo Yahweh, ¿por qué no están siguiendo la palabra de Yahweh? You're supposed to be the people of the Bible. Why are you not following the Bible? Why are you following outside the Bible? Simple question. There's no explanation. There's excuses, but there's no explanation. So as I begin saying, what you got? Do that, Proverbs 9, 1 and 2. Give me 1 Timothy 1 and 7, real quick. I read Proverbs.
Proverbs chapter 9, verse 1.
Her 7 pillars. Go ahead.
She hath killed her beasts.
Mm-hmm.
She hath mingled her wine.
Mm-hmm.
She hath also furnished her table.
See, this is the whole thing that you brothers are missing. Wisdom has a banquet that she prepared for us. And she got 7 pillars there. The pillar of instruction. The pillar of knowledge. The pillar of instruction. The pillar of instruction, understanding. The pillar of discretion. The pillar of equity. The pillar of justice, which is righteousness, and the pillar of judgment. Those are the 7 pillars that wisdom has cut out. And she wants you to come to her house among these pillars, so you can be part of her house. All right? Go ahead.
She hath sent forth her maidens.
We are the maidens of wisdom. We are the women that serve wisdom. When they say maidens, that means that we are servants of the household. Because the root word for the word maiden is the same root word as it is for family. So we are servants of the family. All right, go ahead.
She crieth upon the highest places.
See, now wisdom goes to the high places and cries out and says what?
Whoso is simple, let him turn hither.
Whoever is simple, turn in this way. I can show you how to get out of that simplicity. All right, go ahead.
As for him that wanteth understanding,
If you want understanding, go ahead.
she saith unto him,
She says unto the person that wants understanding, go ahead.
Come, eat of my bread.
Come eat of my bread. Now you got to go and sit with wisdom. And you got to be trained and taught the ways of wisdom. We all got to be trained and taught the ways of wisdom, but we're not doing that. Wisdom is the highest level of biblical understanding. Wisdom is the highest level of you interacting with Yahweh and understanding what he literally wants you to do in any situation. Because you've studied her and you know what are her ways. Go ahead.
Forsake the foolish.
Forsake the foolishness. Go ahead.
And live.
So the old man got to die. Give me, Matt, where you at?
1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7.
I'll read 1:7. Good. Give me Matthew 22 and 10 real quick. 1 Timothy 1 and 7 says what?
Desiring to be teachers of the law.
See, this is the problem. Everybody, you want to be teachers of the law. You want to try to talk about the law, talk about the Torah, but what?
Understanding neither what they say, nor whereof they affirm.
But you don't understand the law. Read.
But we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully.
See, the law is good for man use it lawfully. But you brothers only dig into the Torah when you're trying to condemn somebody. When you're trying to say, oh, this person is doing something wrong. Now let's dig into this government document that we have. Let's dig into the Torah. Yeah, she did this wrong. But you're not using it to build up the people. You're using it to try to just, oh yes, we're going to get him. Look, we're going to look at this law. See, that's where you messed up at. But you ain't a teacher of the law. And you don't know what you're talking about from the law. Go ahead. Where you at?
Matthew 22.
All right, go ahead, finish reading.
That the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient.
So if the law is made for the lawless and disobedient, how are they going to become obedient if they don't get taught the law? So you got to teach the law. All right, give me Matthew chapter 22, start with verse 9. Verse 9, but actually, you know what? Let's actually start with verse, because the one in Proverbs 9 about wisdom, Let's see, the Yahushua tells us the same thing in Matthew chapter 22. Read verse 2 and 3.
Matthew chapter 22, verse 2. The kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king,
Right?
which made a marriage for his son,
So the king made a marriage for his son, read,
and sent forth his servants,
just like wisdom sent forth her maidens. So now the king sent forth his servants, go ahead,
to call them that were bidden to the wedding.
called them as bidden to the wedding. That's talking about the prophets that told us what is the wedding? The wedding is you being in compliance to sit in the house of the Most High. Your heart is clean. Your hands are clean. Your ways are clean. All right? I keep reading.
And they would not come.
So people didn't want to come to the wedding. So ultimately, let's jump down to verse 9 and 10. Go ahead.
Go ye therefore into the highways, and gather as many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage.
So he said, the people you find, bring them unto the marriage. On the highways. But you're bringing them from the highways to a place where the king had prepared food, where wisdom has laid out her table for you. A set apart place. We have to go on the streets, the highways and byways, but then we bring the people in so they can partake of wisdom and the commandments, like Yahushua did. Yahushua met at the synagogue every Shabbat day. All Israelites met at the synagogue on the Shabbat day. And that's why we need to meet on the Shabbat day at the Bet Mikra or Bayat Makwara, the house of convocation. All right, go ahead.
So those servants who went out into the highways and gathered together.
So the servants went out and gathered the people together. And that's what we got to do. We go to the highway, we gather the people together to come to the beast. To come to the feast. They got to come to the feast. Bring them away from the beast that they live in. They may be living in the belly of the beast. But you bring them to this other place. We ain't talking about physical food. We talking about partaking in the spiritual meat. With that right there, we'll leave off from that. And then we'll go into this Torah portion for this week. All right? So we read article number 5 and article number 6 of the 12 Torah articles of belief of Masharai Yasha'Allah. All right? And now we're going to go into the Parashah, which is Mishpatim or Mishpatim for the Shabbat. And if you received a copy of it, hallelujah, we send these copies out. Every the New Testament is going to be for, right? And you apply it and you live it. And then when the Shabbat comes, one time we're going to just read everything one time for the first time, but we're looking at it during the week, then we know. And we can go into deeper areas of it. Okay? So, Exodus chapter 12, Exodus chapter 21, Wa'alha Hamashpatyam Ashara Shayam Lapanyaham Wa'alha Hamashpatyam, which shall in English.
And these are the ordinances that you shall set before them.
Okay, so when it says ordinances in the Hebrew, it says judgments. Mashpatyam, Mashapatyam, which means these are Mashpat, judgment. So these are the judgments. But now once you get to Mashpat, and once you do Mashpat, that's when you don't do the commandments. What's the opposite of wisdom? What's the opposite of wisdom? Foolishness is the opposite of wisdom. So you're dealing in foolishness when you're not dealing with keeping the commandments of the Most High. So you're not on a high level. I'm on a high level. I've been doing this for 37, 50 years, man. So, but you're still teaching people to break the commandments. You can't even stop getting high. You can't even get high off the spirit, man. You got to get high off the spirit. You got to get inebriated on the word of the Most High, on wisdom. Now, wisdom, that's what you're looking for. But you're trying to go through a physical medium to get it, it ain't going to work. It's going to destroy your soul, destroy your spirit, destroy your flesh, destroy your organs, destroy your perception, destroy your mind, destroy your cerebral synapses, or whatever. It's going to destroy your brains, destroy your senses, destroy your reaction, destroy your nerves. But when you go to wisdom, see, wisdom is the tree of life. She helps everything grow better. So the first parashah that we're going to be reading from, the only parashah, is Mishpatim, and the first aliyah is Exodus chapter 21, verses 1 through 19. All right? So a general overview is we're going to go into many laws, including laws related to slaves, personal injury, property damage. In the end of the portion of the Yasha Allah reader. Amadwa, Barakwa, all right, so in this section is going to discuss laws pertaining to an Israelite who wants to remain and stay in his master's service. All right, it's going to describe also the laws about an Israelite maidservant and how she gets released, and then laws about the husband's obligation toward his wife when he's taken a second woman in the Torah, and also punishments for murder, which include gang murder and abortions. Manslaughter, you kill somebody by accident, kidnapping, and abusing or hitting your mother or father. And the penalties for a person who injures somebody else. So we got a very detailed section for chapter 21, verse 1 through 19. Go ahead.
Now these are the judgments thou shalt set before them. If thou buy a Hebrew servant 6 years, he shall serve you.
What does it mean you buy a Hebrew servant? Well, real quick, that doesn't mean you go to the marketplace, you say, oh, I'm gonna buy him. That means that I'm gonna come to you as a contract employee, and you're gonna give me money, and I'm gonna work for you. That's what it means. Go ahead.
In the seventh he shall go out free for nothing.
So in the 7th year, all right, your servant that is a Hebrew, he goes out for free. He don't have to pay any money. Now, the Haitians, they served the British for over 7 years. I'm sorry, they served the British, and then most of the time they spent serving the French. Right? And the French, they had to pay the French money to keep their freedom after they fought and won it. And that's why we say that the so-called white man is the devil. That every culture speaks of. He's the wicked one. The people beat your butt, and you say, well, we're going to fight you again and attack you with these ships and bomb the whole island if you don't give us money. So it was extortion. So the Haitians had to pay them money. But that's not what the scripture says. The Haitians are Hebrews. The Haitians are Hebrews. See, long as you keep saying, well, we African. We Hamites. That's what you're saying. That's a lie. You're not going to absorb the spiritual meaning behind what it says about the children of Yasharallah. But once you say, hey, I'm an Israelite, these laws apply to me, you need to be treating me differently than everybody else. Then your spirit will start to shift into a nation of kings and priests, prophets. All right, go ahead.
Verse 3.
If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
Uh-huh.
If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him.
Go ahead.
If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons and daughters, and the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself.
So if the master said he'd take this woman after he bought the man, then the man says, okay, I got children with this woman, so the children would stay with the woman. I mean, children and the woman would stay with the man, the master. All right, go ahead.
Verse 5.
And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door.
When it says bring him to the judges, that says bring him to Ha-Alahayim. Bring him to the gods or the powers, which in that time is referring to the powers over the nation, which is going into the judges. And in Hebrew, it don't say judge, it says Alahayim, which is the same word we see for the word God. So rather than explain it and what it means from the Hebrew and putting the proper word, they rather just put a whole different word in there. Because he's reading in the English, but we looking at it in the Hebrew. So we reading the Hebrew as he's speaking the words. You see? So you would look at this and say, well, yeah, see the judges and officers over here in Exodus or in Deuteronomy. No, it ain't talking about that. It's talking about supreme powers that the judges had over the system. And righteousness, though. So you're dealing with a Hebrew working for another Hebrew, you got to go to the highest levels of civil government in order to make that possible. So he brought him to the Alahayim. Go ahead.
Unto the doorpost.
You know what that word doorpost is? It's another thing they do. The doorpost is, it says mezuzah, or the thing you put on your doorpost, even though we call it that, but we're actually affixing the commandments to the mezuzah. The mezuzah is the door frame itself. So he brings them to the door frame to represent the house of that leader, the house of that, his leader, which in this case is his Lord, his owner, which is a man. So now he says, you know what? I don't want to work, I don't want to go out. I want to stay with you. I want to be a permanent lifetime employee. Go ahead.
And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever.
Meaning he has to take his ear and put like a hole in his ear. Go ahead.
And if a man sell his daughter,
If a man sell his daughters, all right? If a man says, you know what, here's my daughter, I'm going to sell my daughters. So a man can sell his daughters in the ancient world. For what reason? We don't know. But a man can sell his daughter or give his daughter away. And that's what you do when you call the police and children's services on your children. And they send them to some type of work farm or rehabilitation program. You're giving them away. You say, I can't handle them. But in this situation, when you gave your daughter to somebody, you had to be compensated. Because that was part of your household. You had a lot of stuff need to be done in the ancient world. Depending on where you lived at. You had water you had to draw. You had sewing that needed to get done. You had cooking that needed to get done. All right? They had to teach the other children, or maybe the mother was the teacher, and the daughters had to teach other women how to do things that the mother had taught them. So there was a lot of stuff that had to be done. You had a lot of agricultural work that needed to be done. You had, the daughter could have been trained as a midwife. So rather than you saying, well, look, I'm gonna send my daughter over here to be a midwife at this community over here, under this particular midwife. When the daughter went, the people I said, look, my daughter's gonna come to you, she's gonna work for you, but I need you to compensate me because now you're taking resources out of my household. But see, in modern society, it's only the so-called white man that benefits from your children, what you taught them. You don't benefit nothing. But this is a righteous system where the Most High said, you're gonna benefit because you raised them, you fed them, you taught them. And if you didn't do nothing but bring that child into the world, that is sufficient. The child is grateful to you, no matter what they complain about. You see? So now the Most High says what? You gotta compensate that man for his daughter that you about to give unto him. All right, go ahead.
To be a maidservant,
Mm-hmm.
she shall not go out as the manservants do.
Meaning that when her 7 years are up, you can't just say, okay, you're gonna go free. Read.
If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed.
So now he can, if he said, I don't want to deal with this servant anymore, somebody got to come and redeem her. Meaning what? I paid money for her. I don't want to deal with her no more. So now you got to pay me back for her. You see that? So this is employee law. You're looking at like, this is employee law. See, American society make things appear differently than what they really are. When you go to a job, if let's suppose you're an independent consultant, to tell people, I knew a brother that was an independent consultant. He dealt with software for companies and setting up these systems. They pay him money to come in and do the job for them. If, while he doing his job, he say, look, man, I don't want to do this no more. Guess what? He owes them money. He got to redeem himself from them because he put them in a situation where they can't do what they thought they were going to do because he's taking his resources away from that project. So he had to actually pay them. And now they got to try to go and find somebody else and pay that person money when they already paid you. So this is what we see right here. But somebody's being compensated for the labor, for the person. It ain't the person, it's the skill, it's the labor that they bring into that situation. It may be a carpenter. It may be somebody that can make anything out of anything. All right, go ahead.
Verse 8.
To sell her to a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he hath dealt carefully with her.
So he can't sell her to another people. He can't make merchandise of this daughter of Israel. All right, go ahead.
And if he hath betrothed her unto his son,
If he said, hey, you are given to my son. Go ahead.
he shall deal with her after the manner of
It says, Kamashapat ha banwath. All right? It says, as the judgment of banyat, of daughters, of young women, it says that Yaisha, he shall deal laha with her. So now he got to treat her like it's his daughter. All right? If he betrothed, he said, here, son, I'm going to give this woman to you to marry. And that's why Scripture says that in the ancient time, a woman would receive every man. She was intelligent, she was sharp, she was beautiful, and if you say, hey, you're going to marry this one, it wasn't her own, she was compliant in righteousness. Because we had a righteous society. All right, go ahead.
if he take him another wife,
If he takes him another, if he takes another wife, it says, Yahwach, and he takes, Lawa, it says, if, it says, akaraf, another, yakwak, if he takes another what? Another woman. So here we see the Torah giving us a situation of a man taking another woman. Go ahead.
Her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall not diminish.
Which means that the agreement that he had with the woman of, I'm going to make sure you have clothes, you're going to make sure you have food, clothes, and conjugal rights, which means personal time together. He couldn't take away. He couldn't diminish that. So, which means that they should have had an agreement. Remember, this is a woman that was a servant girl that was given to her master's son to be his wife. And there were certain obligations that now he has to make sure that he deals with her under when he takes another woman. All right?
And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without one injury.
So now nobody has to compensate for that loss of the woman in that her new master's household if her husband didn't give her the clothes, the food, the clothes, and her conjugal rights. All right? He can't diminish them. So you have to have an agreement of what is the basic parameter that we operating in. And that has to be understood and agreed. Not how many children do you got, and that's it, or you a virgin, or how old is you? Not all of that, but okay, what is the framework of our relationship? And that has to be agreed to. And that's why years ago, we at Mashara Yasha'Allah developed a marital, can you pull it up real quick? It should be under, I think the first letter is going to be MY. It's like M, because Mashara Yasha'Allah marriage covenant, something to that effect, inside the drive. But now we know that since Yahushua talked to us in Matthew chapter 5 and 19, that you can't just take a woman and she said, well, I'm going to leave you now. He said, you can't do that no more because that's not how it's supposed to be from the beginning. That's not supposed to be from the beginning. It's supposed to be they two joining together. That wasn't no Naruto. It just happened to be like I wasn't trying to do how the little Naruto dude be doing. I wasn't trying to do Naruto's little 2-finger point thing. Isn't that what he do? I wasn't doing that. I was just, these two become one. And then I thought it'd be awkward. See, I can't bring my fingers together like this, see? So I had to bring them together like that. It's like, I didn't want to do that because what is this? This is socks. This is sign language for socks. I didn't want to do that either. This don't mean nothing in sign language, does it? See, that's two. So they become two. So Yahushua said you can't divorce that woman. That goes back to Matthew, that goes back to Genesis chapter 2. Bana Ashiath, all right? Bana Ashiath 2. You see it? All right, so go ahead, keep reading.
He that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
So if you kill a man and that man's died, so that's dealing with different levels of manslaughter, okay? But there's specifics that we got to go into about the manslaughter, okay? There's things that we got to go into to deal with the manslaughter. You know, different cases. So we have a couple of things with Mashara Yasha'Allah. We have the marriage covenant. We have the marriage laws in Genesis chapter 1, 2, and 3. We have the marriage validation questionnaire. So if you want to know whether or not this person is really qualified by biblical law to be married to you, then you got to get with us to get this marriage validation questionnaire, which Taquana Daniela put together, and then my beautiful young daughter Ashada, she typed it up for him. So in Turkey, in the front room, right? So we have this marriage covenant that we as a government, and it's been given out to different government offices. You know, we gave a copy out to the police office. We gave a copy out to different brothers in different states. You see? So inside of the marriage covenant, or does it do this sometimes, kind of just flash and blink?
Yeah, sometimes.
But it's still gonna go to it though?
I hope.
All right, so the marriage covenant is what you need so you have a written understanding. It's the equivalent of what people will call the ketubah. The ketubah means writing. Give me that tractate ketubah over there, the red book. Can somebody pass it over there? One of you, Akwati, and grab it from the bookshelf. So we look at different, cases of how we got married in our culture. All right, now this is the, let me see. This is for the man. All right, it says, the man is the head of the house and will be loved and honored by the woman. He must be cherished with due diligence and benevolence. He may not be defrauded of any right and responsibility due him by the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Holy Bible and the culture thereof pertaining to family, man, woman, or child. He must oversee, care for, and maintain the woman and his child. He shall provide a means of daily meals, changes of clothes, and coital congresses, shelter and protection to the woman and his child according to the Holy Bible and the culture thereof. He is hereby given sole custody of any child born of this union and will actively involve the mother as long as she usually obeys the commandments of the Holy Bible. He shall never cut off the woman except for physical fornication. If he cuts her off for any other reason, he may not remarry. So this is specifically spelled out. Now, a lot of you women's, it's the red book. It's big red, it might be over here. A lot of you women's antennas went upset when they said, he shall be given sole custody of any child. Well, guess what? The laws in the Bible, how can a man belong to something but not belong to it? In other words, how can my son be born as a Gadite, but then when he's born, his mother can take him to another tribe without my consent? So who got the consent? We just saw that the woman is being given by her father to this man. You see? So the father has the sole custody. Even in the scripture, to the father. The mother is not supposed to be the primary custodian of that child unless that's the arrangement that the father has made for whatever reason. So this is the tractate Ketubot, all right? Which all it is a record of the history that what people did and disagreements that they had and how they solved these problems. Just different situations. Now, granted, the Talmud is not the Torah. The Talmud means students. That's what it means. So this is just a record of Thalamwad, of students and teachers of the Torah throughout history of what they thought. Now, some of this stuff is perverted. that you find in the Talmud. And that perversion was the opinion of whoever wrote that. That wasn't the law of Israel. The Talmud is just a reference. It has some wicked stuff in there. But there's many volumes of the Talmud. You get the Tiberian Talmud, and you got on what people were doing and thinking throughout history at the time pertaining to certain Torah laws. It's not like somebody wrote this, this is the book, this is the lost book of Gad the seer. It ain't no lost book, it's the historical record. Some of it's perverted, some of it's practical. You read it and you see for yourself once you get rooted in the Torah and in the Hebrew. It's not for your eyes to really go into if you ain't found it on the Torah. You got to learn the Torah first, and then when you dig in here, you'll see, what they're saying is Torah-based or not Torah-based, and then they can explain some things about the Hebrew that you may not understand. All right? So here I give you an example. It says, someone came before Rabban Gamaliel, who was supposed to be Paul's teacher, the elder, and said to him, "My master, I have had intercourse with my newly wedded wife, and I have not found any blood." She, the wife, said to him, "My master, I am of the family of Dorcati, the women of which neither have blood of menstruation nor blood of virginity," meaning that they have situations going on with their reproductive systems and perhaps even with their hymen. Rabban Gamaliel investigated among her women relatives, and he found the facts to be in accordance with her words. You see? So now that tells us, I can already see a problem with this though. The problem I see with this, if this is what happened, was in fact, that's something that you need to be talking about before the marriage. So we can actually learn from this. I can learn from this personally and say to a woman that's potentially going to be the wife joining my family through my son or through my grandson or through me. Does your family have any type of reproductive, ovarian, fallopian, cervical issues that are common within your family? Have you had a hysterectomy? Do you have excessive bleeding? Do you have PCOS? Polycystic ovarian syndrome? Do you have that? So these are things that when you read this particular area of the Talmud, which deals with ketubas, it deals with marriage agreements. Now you know that that's going to be something that we need to discuss before the marriage. Since we're talking about marriage of a woman right here. And that's the only reason of bringing out this book. For the most part, the Babylonian Talmud is frowned upon by Israelites, Yasha Allah. But when you read it, certain tractates, certain areas of it, you see how things were done in ancient times and examples. All right? So now it says he investigated, and then he said to him, "Go, be happy with thy bargain. Happy art thou that thou has been privileged to marry a woman of the family of Dorcati." What is the meaning of Dorcati? A cut-off generation. Then he said, vain consolation Rabban Gamaliel offered to that man. For he taught, as the leaven is wholesome for the dough, so is blood wholesome for a woman. And one has also taught in the name of teacher Meir, every woman who has abundant blood has many children. It has been said by teacher Jeremiah ben Abba said, Teacher Gamaliel said to him, the husband, be happy with thy bargain. But teacher Jose bin Abin he said to him, thou hast been punished with thy bargain. We quite understand the one who says thou hast been punished with thy bargain. This is according to the view of teacher Hanina, but according to him who says be happy with thy bargain, what is the advantage of such a marriage? He, the husband, does not come to any doubt regarding menstruation. Someone said to teacher, my master, I have had intercourse with my newly wedded wife, and I have not found any blood. She said, my master, I am and still am a virgin, and it was a period of dearth, years of dearth. Rabbi saw that their faces were dark, and commanded concerning them, and they brought them to a bath and gave them to eat and to drink, and brought them to the bridal chamber, and he had intercourse with her and found blood. He then said, go to him, go. He then said to him, go be happy with thy bargain. All right. So these are just different things that you read about what people said. This says Mishnah, a maiden, her ketubah is 200 zuz, and a widow, a maneh. A maiden who is a widow or divorced, or a haluzah from betrothal, her ketubah is 200 zuz, and there lies against them the charge of non-virginity, which goes into what? Which goes into Exodus, was it 22:18? 22:16, if a man shall entice a man, which we're going to read today. So these are just different aspects of what teachers and students thought about certain situations that were coming up in the ancient world. All right? So these are things that have to be discussed. Before you get into a marriage situation. The Torah is sufficient though. Because the Torah is supposed to make you ponder and think about these things. But what other books that are written about the Torah, remember the Talmud is not about nothing but the Torah is about people's vain interpretations. And sometimes good interpretations based on the Torah of how to handle different situations. Okay? So with this Mashara Yasha'Allah, but let me make it clear, we don't condone, support, or promote the Talmud in any way, shape, form, or fashion. What we're saying is that you look at historical records sometimes to see how were different situations handled historically. All right? So that's what it's used for. But man, how many times this book has been open? Maybe twice. You know, it's been open maybe twice. All right? But it's a good book to read once you understand the Torah. So we have to hear about the family, the child, the woman, the man. And then we have the fact that I, such and such, yield my life and all that is mine to such and such, the man, in righteousness. I receive him as my only man, my protector, ruler, and guardian. All right? My head and my covering in Hamashiach to help, love, and obey. You see that? So this is part of the condition. Okay. Hold on 1 second. All right, go ahead and keep our readings. I have done this.
Call you verse.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 13. If a man lie not in wait, but I deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee.
So that means if somebody has killed somebody on accident, you see? Somebody killed somebody on accident. So it wasn't just, somebody died and you murdered them. So this is the permanent punishment that you got to give that person. You see? Shabbat shalom to everybody on here. So if anybody is in here on Facebook, if you can share the group, if you can share this to the Mashara Yasha Allah Torah group, that'd be good. I know you do. You doing it now, okay. So if you can share the video into the Torah, into the Mashara Yasha Allah Torah group, also into Banya Yasha Allah, that would be wonderful. All right, please do that. All right, so if you kill somebody on accident, let's say you driving, okay, and there's ice on the road, and you slip on the ice and your vehicle just hit somebody, and that person was crossing the street and they just, they died. So this is the law. So you got to have a place where they can go to, a city of refuge. What verse you in?
14.
All right, let's read verse 14.
But if a man come
Presumptuously.
presumptuously,
That means you're going to do it on purpose. All right? If you come against your brother intentionally, okay? It says intent on purpose. Okay? Go ahead.
upon his neighbor to slay him, will take him from mine altar, that he may die.
So if you did justifiable homicide, mean you should not murder, you should not kill. That means you should not ratzak, which is murder. Killing a person with no biblically justifiable righteous.
That smited,
If you hit your father or have for their parents, if you hit your mother or your father, you die. You died. No question about it. Go ahead.
and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall shoot him.
So if you kidnap somebody, you're supposed to die. It says, Mawaf, Yahweh Tham, Yahweh Maf.
All the sex trafficking.
You die, you die. You kidnap somebody for any reason, whether it's sex trafficking, all right?
Trafficking, for anything.
And the white man, he allows people to kidnap your own children.
CPS.
Children Protective Services, child support court, that's all illegal.
Man.
That's all illegal. You're not supposed to take a man's children away from him unless that child is in some type of danger, like impending danger. Same with the mother. The same standard you apply with taking the child from their mother, they apply even more so to a man. Okay? Okay? So, it's the father that's supposed to raise the children. All right? In righteousness. But this situation have been turned around by the so-called Adawamiya. The Europeans have done everything in their power to destroy the Yashala family and all families almost around the globe. But it didn't work with anybody but us. Chinese still got their family structure, but they adopted the so-called Adawamiya culture. And they practiced a lot of his ways. But us, they had to destroy. Why? Because when their world is over, our world is going to start. They're the end of the world. And we're the beginning of the world is coming, and they know that. So they got to do within their power, what's in their power to keep us on a low level as long as possible. All right. So give me Ephesians 6 and 4, please. So it says what? Do not hit your mother or your father. And that's why you got a bunch of bad Israelite children being raised trying to hit their mothers and fathers. It's a mindset. You got your little daughter, and you do something to that you do something the child is like, and the child is like, and the parent is like, hey, don't hit me. Or the mother's like, oh, don't hit me, baby. Why are you being mean to me? Now, when that child is 11 months old, well, not 11 months, but 15 months old, a year and a half, 2 years, they hitting you because they got wrath. They don't like that you didn't do what they needed you to do, and they're gonna hit you. And you little child that year, that age, a year and a half, 2 years old, 3 years old, and you hit me, you're gonna have a gasping cry. You're gonna have one of those, nah. Because that's where it starts. A lot of y'all don't want to discipline your children when they're young, and then when they get older, they disrespect you. They talk back to you. They suck their teeth at you. They roll their eyes at you. They fling their body all over the place. And that's one thing that our parents instilled in us growing up. Whatever you do when the door is closed to get out of your system, they can't see that. You know? And then as you go older, you learn how to not even do that no more. Make me sick, get on my nerves. I can't stand. He always eating all the potato chips. He don't never eat the potato chips for us. Who ate all the donuts? He ate all the donuts. Who got these clothes, man? He always makes sure we have clothes on our back. He always making sure our clothes is clean. He always telling us to comb and brush our hair. He make me sick. You see that? So when you raise them the way that they're supposed to be raised, according to the Bible, they ain't supposed to let them, just tell you that if you love your child, the scripture says if you love he that love his son will chastise his son. Meaning you're going to give them the discipline that they need according to what they did wrong. So they don't grow up thinking that it's okay for them to strike you. Because when they strike you, according to the Torah, that's a capital offense. And if you love your son, your daughter, you will raise them righteously. But according to the Torah, according to the Bible, according to our books, the man was the head of the family. Period. You might not like the son's father. He might be alive. You might not like him. If you didn't like him, why you open your legs for him? He put the seed inside you. What happens if you have a seed that doesn't get raised if you have a seed that grows into the ground, it grows from the ground and gets taken from the ground. The ground is still used to nourish it. But if it stays in that ground, what's going to happen? What happens to corn when it grows and you just leave it on top of the ground? It gets rotten. It gets spoiled. It starts to be like the earth. And that's what happens with the son a lot of times when he stays with his mother without any strong male influence and guidance. He starts to act like a woman because that's the earth. He starts to think like a woman because that's what he's around. You mothers cannot put activation of testosterone and Y chromosome into your sons. You got to have a man do that. You can't teach a dog to be a cat. You can't teach a cat to be a dog. A dog learns how to be a dog by other dogs. A cat. Bird with birds. Bears with bears. We're the only ones that think we can teach somebody to be something that we're not. I can't teach a woman to be a man. I can't teach a woman to be a woman. I can teach a woman, I can show them how a man is supposed to be and what a man is, but you don't even got to show them that. Because you show them this, when you're going to throw them out into the world and say, you don't send a child out to look for a husband or a wife on their own by themselves. That's the society that Esau created. That ain't Israelite society. right, so give me that Galatians 6 and 4. Read that. What you got? All right, read Ephesians 6. It said, ye who?
Fathers,
Ye mothers,
fathers,
ye uncles,
fathers,
big brothers.
fathers.
It says, you fathers. What is a father? Father is an Abba. A father is the ox of the house. The one that has the resource, the strength of the house. We know the father, the Abba, is the one that brought that child into the world. The one who put the seed inside the woman. That's the father. That's the Abba. Abba, or you can say Abba in some cultures, but Ab or Abba. So you, Abba, do what?
Provoke not your children to wrath.
Meaning don't be picking and prodding, you trying to pick a fight with your child, with your son, with your daughter, provoking them to wrath, getting them to execute and react in anger toward you, which is wrath. You ain't supposed to treat the children like that. All right? Saying things to them and doing things to them. Move, stupid. Get your dumb behind out the way. That's not how you talk. That's provoking them to wrath. Because if their father or mother said that to you, you'll be ready to react. So you can't talk to the children like that. I don't know why you so stupid. You don't talk to a child like that, man. You're supposed to talk to a child to encourage them. All right, so ye fathers provoke not the children to wrath. Read.
But bring them up.
But what?
Bring them up.
But bring them up. What's another, give me another word for to bring something up. If I say, hey, can you bring up the flag? What's another word?
Raise.
Raise. So the scriptures say that the father is supposed to be raising the children. That's why you got, everybody knows, man. When you growing up, everybody can tell the difference between that son that grew up with a father around and a father not around. And then you got the one that grew up in the house with their uncles because the father's not around. And they turn out just as good as if the father was around in most cases. Because that male influence is still there. All right, so it says, you fathers do what? But what?
But bring them up.
But bring them up. Read.
In the nurture and admonition of Yahweh.
In the nurture and admonition of Yahweh. Feeding them the word. Teaching them in the Torah. Having respect and fear of the Most High. That's it on that, right? So that's what it says. So you have a society that's like that. You know, notice that when we read the scriptures, the only problem they had was it wasn't no family problems in the scriptures. It was a problem of people obeying the laws of the Most High and being wicked toward each other. You don't see no family problems hardly in the Bible, with the exception of the brother that forced himself on his sister. That's the main one you're gonna find. All right. And then you have the ones when the father wasn't around. What's that, Gideon, right? Where his father wasn't there, he was in the house with his mom and his brothers, and they said, you need to go live with your mom. Like Gideon or Jephthah? Gideon or Jephthah? Jephthah, he was the son of a, let's say concubine or harlot? Or concubine. So his mother and father weren't together. All right, so then he got kicked out. No, he was in his father's house, wasn't he? Let's go there real quick. Anybody know? Elder? Okay. Was that? I want to see that was Jephthah. chapter you in?
Gilead.
All right, so we may have to get back to that though, y'all. Yeah, they kicked him out of his father's house. I think it's talking about Jephthah. Yeah, it was I think it was Jephthah. What you got?
Judges chapter 11, verse 1.
Yeah, it says, look, I need it in Hebrew too. It says, and Jephthah the Gileadite was a mighty man of valor, and he was the son of an harlot. Now, that harlot was a woman, a harlot. That's Zanah. And Gilead beget Jephthah. And Gilead's wife bare him sons, and his wife's sons grew up, and they thrust out Jephthah and said to him, thou shalt not inherit in our father's house, for thou art the son of a strange woman. Did you see that? So his first son was with a woman that was a harlot, and this man was raising that son. And then he got another woman, got married to this woman. All right, his woman bore him sons, and then they got older and kicked out their big brother. That's what the sons did. All right, so he was in his father. So even though he was born to a harlot, in other words, he was. Let's get the Hebrew, man. I don't want to say the wrong word. I want to make sure it's accurate. Anybody got the Hebrew on that? Judges 11:1. Anybody else? You gotta find Judges in there. Is there a Hebrew in here? Give me a Tanakh from over there, please, man. You got it on there?
Moving slow.
Give me that one. Hurry up. Let me go to Judges 11:1. So Judges 11:1 says wa yataka ha gala'ai wadya. It says Haya, Gabua, all right, Gabar. It says Kawa'a, and he was Ban, the son of Asha, a woman, Zawana. So, meaning his mother was a whore, a harlot. All right? So even though his mother was a harlot, meaning she was a whore. Remember, in the ancient world, a whore could mean a woman that had sex with a man, and that man didn't become her husband. And that's how a lot of women become single mothers. Because they were out there hoeing. They were hoeing. They were having sex with a man for life that was done and executed in righteousness. And that man turned them into a whore. Or they volunteered to be a whore. And they broke up, and instead of even in a biblical example, this man, Jephthah, his mother was a whore, but he grew up in his father's house. The hoe didn't raise the boy. The father still raised the boy. And when he grew up, guess what? He was an excellent warrior. He was raised in his father's house. Then when we got big, they said, well, you got to leave now, because you're in the legitimate heir of what our father has. They had to get older. They didn't do that when he was 7. You can believe that. He said, okay, cool. I'll leave him. The mother and the father, what they was doing, I don't know. They not even, I don't know what they were doing, but the elders had to agree to it. Hey, the elders, because he comes back and says, yeah, y'all elders kicked me out. Now y'all want me to come back and fight a war for y'all, huh? That's what happened. But the point is that he was raised by his father, even though he was the son of a whore. He was the son of whoredoms. He was the son of a woman of whoredoms. Some of us are sons of women of whoredoms. Some of us are sons of women that was not into whoredoms. But either way, the scriptures show you that this man was not raised by his mother. You see, he was raised by his father. And then when he got older, he left. They kicked him out because they didn't want him to inherit. They didn't want him to inherit what his father had. They wanted to take it for themselves. All right? So that's the point we make. So that's why respect the family structure that we see inside the Bible. And stop trying to do stuff, had the man as the head. That's the family structure we had. And if you laid down with a woman, with a man, and you had a baby by him, and that man is still living, he needs to have a lot of involvement in his son's life. Because most of you women, you grew up with your mother. And some of you grew up with your father. Some of you didn't grow up with your father. But you don't know or understand the ramification or the feeling in your spirit of not being a male and not seeing the man that created you in your mother's womb. You don't understand the long-term spiritual ramifications behind that, nor do you understand that man that you laid down to have that baby with, that you don't want to be with no more, he may not be the same person that you laid down with. And you can mark my words, you cannot stop that boy from making the same mistake that his father made. You cannot stop him from doing what his father did because you were a woman. And you don't have the same chemistry. You don't have the same impact. You don't have the same spirit. Only the father can stop his son from making the same mistakes that his father made. Because you only know the mistake that happened with you. You don't know what that man's been doing before, during, and after you. He can only learn to avoid those things from his father. And if the man is an upright man now, you may not like him. But he put that son into your womb and you love that son and you didn't create that son by himself. And if you don't want that son to become the same thing that you dislike in his father, you can't teach him to avoid that. Only his father can. Another stepfather can't teach him that. I'm talking about the mistake that the father made if you want to get personal about the father. Now, or those of us whose fathers have died, or those of us whose husbands have died, they have special categories. I'm gonna protect them. He don't say that about somebody whose father is just in jail because they don't have a head. So you're putting your child into one of the worst categories. You're gonna make that child, in essence, like an orphan. An orphan in the Bible is not a child that don't have a parent. An orphan is called fatherless in the Bible. You don't have a father in the scriptures. So now because you don't have a father in the scriptures, now the Most High said I gotta put extra protection on this child. But a lot of you women, the child has a father. The child is not fatherless. But you just know they've been the same way. A lot of y'all come from third, fourth generational houses with just the women raising the children. And then you got the son. Well, what do you think your son is doing? Do all those three generations have happily married sons that took virgins and just stayed with them for the rest of their life? Is that what you're producing? Look at the record. Why was it so important for Esau to take the Yashar Allah, your man, out of the home of all the tribes? Because that's who can guide and lead the family righteously. Like the scripture just said. Read that scripture one last time. Was that Ephesians 6:4?
Ephesians chapter 6, verse 4. And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and admonition of Yahweh.
So the Most High said that the father's duty is to bring up the children. That's the father's duty. All right, go ahead, Zayatan.
And he that curseth his father.
Oh, you just curse your mother and father. You make me sick. I hate you. You get on my nerves. I wish you wasn't my mother, my father. So you cursed them. My kwalala. I wish you were never born. Because the kwalala is just something evil that you wish or want upon somebody. If you wasn't my mother, I'll smack you. You better be glad you my mother. If you wasn't, I would have been hurt you. Most High said, okay. You think this, but do you think this type of attitude just happened one night all of a sudden? No, this is the environment is nurtured. But guess what? Even though the environment is nurtured, maybe by the parent that's just being passive, they didn't blame the parent. When that child did these things, nah, you can't blame your mother or father. You getting killed. You about to die. Somebody gotta die. And the person that was doing evil against their mother and father got put to death. And that's the problem with a lot of y'all Israelite leaders, man. Your mother didn't whip your tail, man. Your grandmother didn't whip you. So now y'all all on Facebook cussing people out and just can't control your emotions and getting all upset and angry about nothing. Because somebody think or feel different than you think or feel. So that's the problem. You didn't get your butt whooped when you was growing up. So you could just do what you want to do and say what you want to say with no repercussions. And you bring that same non-manly attitude into the real world. And it shows in what you say and how you say it and what you do and who you say it against. It shows. All right? So you weren't supposed to even curse your mother or father. If you curse your mother and father, you got killed. So the Most High deals with levels of respect that have been lost in this society that we got in the world now, in most countries. All right, go ahead.
Or his mother shall surely be put to death.
Go ahead.
And if men strike together and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed.
So if you hit somebody and that person becomes bedridden, you beat them so bad they become bedridden. Go ahead.
If he rise again and walk abroad.
So if he rises up and he walks around again, go ahead.
Upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quiet.
Be quit.
Only shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be roughly healed.
So you got to pay for the time he was resting. When he was losing money, you got to pay for that, and you got to pay for his medical bills. So these are, see, it wasn't just you beat somebody up, we're going to put you to jail. Nah, I guarantee you, man, if you start hitting people in their pockets, a lot of crime is going to go down. Most High hit you in your pockets. Oh, you fought him and you injured him and he's bedridden? Oh, you got to pay for him to get healed, man. And you got to pay for his medical expenses too. You see that? Just what we see in the scriptures. That's why the Most High said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Work out your issue with love and you won't have these type of problems. All right, go ahead. Okay, the one. All right. All right, so these are about ownership, owning people, hurting people, kidnapping people. All right. Let's go into the next portion.
Exodus 21, 20 to 22.
God, Yeshua.
Amadwa, Rock, Rock, Mihal, Bashmi, Oshai.
Yabarakakaya Hawabash Yahushua. Yabarakakaya Hawabash Yahushua. Okay. So now we go into the second aliyah. This section continues with laws of personal injury, the punishment of somebody who kills or injures his servant, and for somebody who causes a woman to have a miscarriage. The Torah then goes into a person's liability for damages caused by his possessions, like an animal or an ox that pokes somebody, or what the animal does, or his action of what he does that hurts somebody, like leaving an open pit uncovered on his property. A person who steals is liable to pay whatever the value of what they stole, plus 20% on top of that. So this section ends with a person's right to self-defense against the person that's trying to rob them at night. You see? So this is the scripture. These are laws that we were given by the Most High to run our society. So we're going to read about these laws from chapter 21, verse 20, to chapter 22, verse 3.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 20. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he should not be punished.
So they hit him with a rod. It says Ba Shabbat, which is a stick. So if he hits his servant and the servant dies, then that man got punished. All right. So the way he got punished, was, probably similar to what he did. He probably got beat too. But again, we gotta look at ancient records to see exactly what happened. But the bottom line is that he had the right to give corporal punishment to a servant, somebody that was a servant to him in his household. All right, go ahead.
If men strive and hurt a woman with child.
So people are fighting, and a woman that's pregnant gets hurt. Go ahead.
Shall not depart from her.
So now she has a miscarriage. Go ahead. Pregnant woman has a miscarriage. Go ahead.
And yet no mischief following.
All right. So, meaning that, let's say that the fetus wasn't a viable fetus. Okay. Go ahead.
He shall be surely punished.
So he had to get punished. All right. Or the mother didn't die, but she lost the baby. Go ahead.
He shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him.
So the husband decides the penalty. Understand this too. So it wasn't the woman that says, "Oh, I'm gonna exercise authority over the man that hurt me, and this is what I want done to him." The bottom line was whatever the husband said, not the woman, was the judgment. But of course, in my mind, the husband probably would have talked to the woman to see how she felt about the situation, to put her desires for justice into his equation as the husband. So just because it doesn't say that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's not telling us he has to do that. He doesn't have to do that. But you as a man, and you as a woman, you know that you would do something like that. But the bottom line decision was made by the husband. It wasn't made by the woman. And that's the point that we're understanding right here. Even though it's her body, her baby, but the father was the one, the husband was the one that decided what happened to the man that caused the miscarriage. Read.
And he shall pay as the judges determine.
All right, so pay as the judges determine. Pull out of you. All right, go ahead.
And if any mischief follows,
So if there's a fatality, let's say either the woman dies or the fetus was a large fetus that could have survived outside the womb. All right, go ahead.
then thou shalt give life for life,
Then that man gotta die. Go ahead.
eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
And that's why we know in the Israelite community, whether you so-called Puerto Rican, whether you the tribe of Aparnium Ephraim, or whether you Yahweh Judah, so-called Black America, we know that that was just an unwritten taboo. You don't fight with a pregnant woman. That was just an unwritten taboo. Wait till she have her baby, I'm gonna beat her up when she have her baby.
After the fact.
Oh, she pregnant. Oh, okay. And you stop the fight because the girl was pregnant. If you're in that type of environment where women just fighting each other, like, you know, WWF, World Wrestling Federation. But, that's the environment that some of us are exposed to. Some of our people are exposed to situations like that. You see, so in those situations that happen, it was a taboo to fight a pregnant woman. It was just a taboo. And that taboo comes from something that was written in the Torah. A lot of the taboos that we don't do, or we have reservation about doing, are based on what we have inside the Torah. Right, go ahead.
Burning for burning, wound for wound, strike for strike. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his mate, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
So if you hit a servant and the servant lost his tooth, or his eye got messed up, you're supposed to let him go free after that. These are laws about servitude, slavery, if you will, in the Bible. So how are you going to treat the person? If you hit him and punch him in his mouth and he lost his tooth, you got to let him go free. This is the law. So you have to treat him with respect. Even the scriptures say you treat your servant like. So an ox pokes an animal. Go ahead.
That they don't. Then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit.
So if the animal goes out for the first time and he hurts somebody, and that person that he hurt dies, the scripture says the man is not guilty because he didn't know what his ox was going to do. But what if the ox did this before? What if your dog is always getting out biting people? Children, chasing them down the street, and when they catch them, bite them. You're supposed to kill that dog. First time he does it, you gotta die. First time he does it, you gotta die. That's why they say the ox left and he attacked somebody. Is that what they say? Okay, go ahead.
But if the ox were wont to push with his horn,
Meaning you knew that the ox was always pushing people with his horns. Go ahead.
in time past,
In time past, go ahead.
and it hath been testified to his owner,
And people told the owner, hey man, your dog keep biting people. Your ox keep poking people with his horns. Go ahead.
and he hath not kept him in,
And the owner didn't do nothing. The owner didn't keep the ox in. The owner didn't say, hey, yeah, I'm gonna keep my ox inside because he just keep on poking people. He said, well, I'm gonna just let my ox go free. So he just eat.
and his owner also shall be put
See,
to death.
the owner was killed too because he got to take the responsibility for his animal. All right, go ahead.
there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him, whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter.
So now the people can say, you know what? You need to pay us because of what your animal did. Go ahead.
According to his judgment shall it be done unto him.
Mm-hmm.
If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant,
Mm-hmm.
he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. If a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit,
So now man got a big hole in his yard that he digs. All right, before we go into that, give me Ecclesiasticus 33:31. Read that.
If thou have a servant, entreat him as a brother.
If you have a servant, so wisdom tells you to treat your servant like you treat yourself, like a brother. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Treat your neighbor, treat your servant as you serve yourself. That's why even in so-called Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw cultures, the slaves were not walking around looking, raggedy with dirty clothes. They looked good, but they just couldn't go out free on their own. They were servants more so than what we call slaves, even though in Hebrew it's the same word. Go ahead.
Because thou hast bought him with a price.
If you buy somebody with a price, why are you going to treat them like they nothing? If you spend money on something, you're supposed to value it and respect it, right? And that's how the scripture saying to treat your servant. Read.
If thou have a servant.
If you have a servant, somebody who's willing to serve you, somebody who serves you, somebody who you may even own. Read.
And treat him as a brother.
Treat that servant as if they're your own brother that comes from your own father or your mother's family. Read.
For thou hast need of him.
You have need of him. Go ahead.
As of thine own soul.
Go ahead.
If thou entreat him evil.
If you treat him evil, what happened?
And he run from thee.
And he runs. That's why the house slaves were treated better than the field slaves. Not good, but a little better. So they didn't run away as much. The field slaves ran away more. Go ahead.
Which way wilt thou go to seek him?
So if you run away, where you gonna go and find him? In ancient Israel, when the servant ran away, you couldn't take him back to his master. You had to give him a house. We're gonna take you back to your master. No, that was illegal. So all y'all thinking y'all gonna get a bunch of white people and you're gonna just beat them to death? Nah, that ain't what the law said. You gotta keep the Torah. If you beat him and his tooth knock out, you letting them free. You letting them free now. All right, that's what the scripture says. You're gonna break the Torah? Well, the prophecy say this. Well, the Torah says this. Torah says this. Now, if a servant do something wrong, the scripture says you can beat him with the rod. So you need to beat him with the rod if he's wrong. And if he's wrong and he runs away, he got to face justice. You see? He got to face justice. So it wasn't the type of system where you just run away and you get exiled no matter what. Because remember, even the scripture says that when the free Israelite or anybody went to the altar and they tried to stay there because they didn't want nobody, they didn't want to be punished, the Most High said if it was wrong, you take them from the altar and you got to kill them. That's when we see people trying to get refuge in churches and mosques and synagogues when they commit crimes. It comes from this right here. Or they say, oh, you can't fight here because this is holy ground. We can't spill blood here. Like on Duncan MacLeod and Highlander. Okay? So you got to respect that if you do something against the law, when you make a crime and you run away, you don't got to pay for it. Now, if you was wrong in your master, then you can't, then you can't get away with that wrong. Okay? Go ahead, Amaria.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 33.
Mm-hmm.
And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit,
Uh-huh.
and not cover it,
So you got an open hole in your yard and it's not covered. Go ahead.
and an ox or an ass fall therein,
Mm-hmm. An animal falls in that hole. Read.
the owner of the pit shall make it good,
You got to pay for that animal. Go ahead.
and give money unto the owner.
You broke it, you bought it, you killed it, it's yours. So that pit got to be covered up. You can't leave the pit open. So you have to make sure, what's the moral we see in this? You have to make sure that your home is safe for people. It's the whole bottom line. Your property is safe for people. Your property is safe for people. Your property is willing to host people that's going through it. Unless you say, private property, do not enter, this is a pit. You don't got traps set up in your yard with, the tiger pits from Vietnam.
Oh, yeah. What do you mean with the spikes?
Yeah. You can't set bear traps on your property. Now you put dogs on your property, if they trespass, okay. Get off my property. Dog, woo, you can run up, digging into your flesh almost down to your bone. And you can't open it up, so you gotta just sit there. You see? So the Most High is saying you have to cover your pit. You have to make sure that the property is safe for people. Okay?
And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox hath used to push in time past,
Mm-hmm.
and his owner hath not kept him in,
Right, so if you know your animal is hurting people, read,
he shall surely pay ox for ox.
you gotta pay now. When your ox, when you kill the ox, the other ox dies. When your ox kills another ox, then your ox has to die. But when your ox kills a person, and you know that it's poking people before with their horns, then both y'all gotta die. Now Yeshua, not Shani.
All the Yahweh said,
All that Yahweh said,
what we do in here.
what we do and hear. So every Shabbat we say that, which means whatever we just read, that's how it's going to be. That's the standard. I read verses 1, 2, and 3.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 1. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox.
So if you steal an animal, you got to get 5 for 5. 5 ox. I'm sorry, 4 ox for 4 ox. I'm sorry, 5 cattle, 5 cows. Yeah. Go ahead.
And 4 sheep for a sheep.
You got to get 4 sheep. It says wa arbi tza'an. It says vakaf hashah. So 4 of the flock in place of sheep, 1 sheep. Now, in the Hebrew Bible, that's going to be verse 37. But in the English Bible, they made that verse 1. Go ahead.
If a thief be found breaking up,
So if you got a thief that's trying to dig into your house, go ahead.
and be smitten, that he die,
Mm-hmm.
there shall no blood be shed for him.
Right?
If the sun be risen up,
So if you kill him, break into your house, you don't have a penalty you got to pay. If you kill him and he's trying to break in your house, then you're not guilty of nothing. Go ahead.
if the sun be risen upon him,
Meaning if the sun was up, go ahead.
there shall be blood shed for him.
Mm-hmm.
Free shall
Now, blood meaning somebody got to pay. If you killed somebody and it was in the daytime, man, you better know how to use your weapon. If somebody's trying to break in your crib in the daytime, the scripture says, wound them, but don't kill him. But if it's at nighttime and you kill him, you're not guilty of any crimes. So you're not supposed to be trying to fight to the death. If you do something and it's wrong and you break into somebody's house and it's the nighttime, the Most High is saying you deserve to die. But if it's the daytime, the Most High is saying you don't deserve to die. And if somebody kills you, then you got to be avenged. I must avenge my brother. Go ahead.
for he should make full restitution.
Which means that if it says he's alive, he got to pay the person back. Whatever was stolen, he got to give it back. Somebody plug that in, please. Whatever, not you, man, you reading. Whatever was stolen he gotta make full restitution. Go ahead.
If he have nothing, then it shall be sold.
He shall be what?
He shall be sold.
He shall be what?
He shall be sold.
He shall be what?
He shall be sold.
He shall be sold. You sell the man that's caught stealing and he can't pay back what he stole. He gets sold. And that's what happened in a lot of West African culture, a lot of Central and South American culture. People got sold for the wrong that they did. And they didn't have the money to pay. All right, go ahead.
He shall be sold for his theft.
Uh-huh. Yeah, read 4 because that's 3 in the way it's supposed to be. Go ahead.
If the theft be certainly found in his hand and line.
So he stole an ox and that ox is still alive. Stole a sheep, the sheep is still alive. He stole a pet hamster and the hamster is still alive. Go ahead.
Whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double.
Now he got to restore double, 2 times. So if he stole it and it's alive, he got to pay double. If he stole it and it's a big a cow, he got to pay 5 times, pay 4 times back. So this is the law. So don't steal. Don't take stuff that don't belong to you. Period. All right. So now we're gonna go to verse 4 or verse 3, all the way to 24. Come on, 26. All right.
Ya baraka kami haba shemio shai.
Ya baraka kaya halaba shemio shai. Again, so this is the Masharai Yasha'Allah, Office of Torah. All right. With us, Aquan Shapat Nathaniah, who's staying off camera today. So this is the official Torah reading that we're supposed to go into and review for the Shabbat. All Yasha'Allah should be doing this. That's part of Masharai Yasha'Allah, and that's not part of Masharai Yasha'Allah. All right. We good? All right, so go ahead.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 4.
22.
Chapter 22, verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be an ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double.
Uh-huh.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution.
So your animal eats somebody else's crops, you're supposed to give the best of yours to that man. So you're responsible for damages that your animal does. If you let your dog loose and your dog is going to everybody's trash and tearing up the trash, you need to go clean up everybody's trash. Because you let your dog loose to go do all of that. All right, go ahead.
If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn or the standing corn or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution.
So if you cause a fire and grains get burnt up, you got to pay for that. You got to restore it. Read.
If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen.
They say, here, hold this for me. Hold my ring for me, man. I got to go do some stuff. I don't want to lose it. Hold my rings for me. And he said, hold these rings. And then it gets stolen. Go ahead.
Out of the man's house.
Mm-hmm.
If the thief be found, let him pay double.
The thief, when he found a ring, he got to give me my rings back. And he got to pay me twice the value of the rings. See? Go ahead.
If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges.
So if the thief is not found, you bring the what?
Unto the judges,
Which is the Alahayim, the powers. Go ahead.
to see whether he hath put his hand unto his neighbor's goods.
They got to investigate whether he stole. See, an investigation is a lost art in modern Israel. Y'all don't investigate nothing. Y'all have all kind of meetings, councils, conferences, and calls without full representation of both sides. And you can make a judgment or a decision. How you gonna say the man stole his neighbor's stuff that he gave to him to keep if you don't investigate both sides? All right, go ahead.
If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he hath put his hand to his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, cause of both parties shall it come before the judges.
So before the Alahayim, the powers, go ahead.
And whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor.
So they brought, which parties did they bring?
Both.
Both parties to this suit or this tort. Everybody was there that's supposed to have everybody was there that's supposed to have an impact on what's going on. They didn't just say, well, yeah, you said he did this, you said he did that, you did that, okay, he's guilty. Case dismissed. Nah, both parties. And everybody was listening. All right, go ahead.
If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both, that he shall not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof.
So if you promise, you swear, hey, I didn't do that, man, then the owner had to accept it. Go ahead.
And he shall not make it. And he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution to the owner thereof.
So now, if it's stolen, man, you know somebody broke in and took it. Now, you got the owner has to pay. But if it's just like all of a sudden, man, I don't know where it is, or the animal died, or it broke, all right, I didn't do it, then he's not guilty. Go ahead.
If it be torn in pieces, then
Right. Torn in pieces means another animal got a hold of it, was eating it, and it died. So you got to bring that evidence. Meaning you just can't talk and say, I think or I feel or the circumstance. You got to bring evidence and proof of what you're saying before an Israelite court. I don't understand how you people are just letting people do and say what they want to do and say without any type of biblical resemblance to the procedures and steps they're supposed to go through. You want to say something?
I was just gonna say evidence.
Let's see. Okay?
and if a man borrow aught of his neighbor,
Mhm.
and it be hurt or die,
Right, you borrow your animal from your neighbor to do some work with, go ahead.
the owner thereof being not with it,
Uh-huh.
he shall surely make it good.
Right, you gotta make it good. You gotta give the owner compensation. You gotta pay him for that animal getting hurt. Go ahead.
But if the owner thereof be with it,
But if the owner was with the animal, go ahead.
he shall not make it good.
So you gotta decide what you want. If the animal's, if you're there with the animal and the animal dies and you're the owner, you don't get nothing. But if you're not there, it's almost like the people say, it's almost like the mechanic saying that he gonna charge you double for standing and watching him work. Like, bro, how you gonna make me pay for the animal when you was there too? So you loan your animal out, if you left him with the owner, and then the owner, something happened to the animal, then you were not responsible. The person that you loaned the animal to was responsible. He had to be the one that paid to get the animal healed or to restore the animal. But if the owner was with the animal, then the owner, if the owner was with the animal and the owner was letting the animal be used by somebody, like a donkey to carry a load, or a cow to pull a cart, an ox to pull a cart, and while you're doing it, the ox dies, and the owner is with the person that was borrowing it. Well, the owner doesn't get anything because he was there when it happened. And you know it just happened to your animal. But if the owner was not there, then you got to pay the owner. Okay?
If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maiden that is not betrothed,
So a man finds a woman that is not betrothed. All right? A man enticed a woman that's not betrothed. Parashah. So meaning she's not promising marriage to anybody. Go ahead.
and lie with her,
So he lays down with her. Go ahead.
he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
So now he has to pay the woman's family through the father to become his wife. But he had sex with her first and then made her his wife. So is it illegal to have sex with a woman and you don't make her your woman? That's what's illegal. After the fact. So you can lay with a woman and say, okay, you my wife, and y'all make that agreement or whatever, but you just can't be like, I'm gonna lay with you and then discard you, not deal with you anymore. And that's what happened to a lot of women.
Or mother.
All right? And the man gets to it, I guarantee you, man, all these men out here giving their children. And see how quick society changes. If a man knew, oh, I got a baby with this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, get a man all them children, let him raise them. And see how now he can tell his son, hey, son, don't be out here doing this. Let him raise the children. See how quick society will change. A man won't be around having sex with 4, 5, and 7 women, having children with him, not having the children be a part of his life if he got to raise them now. And you ain't got a relationship with these women, you know you asking for trouble. Okay, all right, go ahead.
If her father utterly refused,
So the father can say, if who refused?
her father,
The daughter,
her father,
the mother.
her father,
See, we see all this power that the Most High has given to the fathers and to the husbands. So the father can say, no, I don't want you marrying my daughter. Go ahead.
utterly refused to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
Which, when you go into the Devarim or the Badium, it says the dowry of the virgin was 50 shekels of silver. All right, go ahead. So now you got to pay the father. Why you got to pay the father? Because now his daughter is not whole anymore. You breached his daughter. You took her virginity. Because Scripture says that, you know, she was pure at first. Okay? Yeah, it says if a man, it says she's a virgin, it says Batu Allah. That's the woman that's never laid with a man. So now you got to pay the father. The father keeps his daughter, but now you pay the father. All right, go ahead.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
So you don't allow a witch to live. Sorceress, spells and potions and special sayings to get spirits to do things. All right, go ahead.
Whosoever lieth with the beast shall surely be put to death.
If a person is having relations with an animal, that's a capital offense. See, you see these things as capital offenses. So how are you going to try to justify other capital offenses? That's hypocrisy. You're going to justify being homosexual. You're going to try to justify working on the Shabbat. You're going to try to justify the crescent moon and working on a wrong day of Passover. Watch these people's spirit that's keeping these wrong Sabbaths. See, the white man that comes up a Jew, he keeps the crescent moon also. Look how off his spirit is. He got the Torah right up under his nose, and he's basing all his life on the Talmud, what people thought and feel, and this is what we're going to study. This is what's going to make us, you know, a bunch of opinions of so-called rabbis instead of the opinion of Yahweh. You see? So they read that part again.
Whosoever lieth the beast shall surely be put to death.
But you want to say, oh, well, the Sabbath and the crescent moon and the Sabbath, the Passover base. Let me tell everybody something. The Sabbath of Yasha'Allah is based on the office, Mashara Yasha'Allah office of calendar. That's it. A lot of other calendars you got are camp calendars. This was a government effort to bring all congregations and communities together. And the office of calendar was appointed and established. The Torah teachings were given. Everybody that came to the summits up to the sixth one. Matter of fact, at the sixth summit, Torah books were given away for free. It was over 50 Torah books given away for free. And all the elders, the elder spokesperson for the government was holding up the law book every summit after it was given to him, right? So we got the law book, which is the Torah put into 10 different categories. The Torah put into 10 different categories, and guess what? A revision is going to come forth soon. And the revision is going to be more edifying than the original version. You see? So in the law it says working on the Shabbat is a sin. And he just read that you laying with an animal is a sin. So how are you going to try to say I can work on the Shabbat but I can't sleep with an animal? That's wicked. It's all sin. All sin is to be avoided at all costs. All right? All sin. Stop trying to justify sin. All right, read.
He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed.
You can't make sacrifice to any other god. So when you keeping that crescent moon, you sacrifice unto a god named Sin. Sin, S-I-N. Or a god named Ishtar, because she used it too. Everybody that's using that crescent moon was really giving homage to the moon god. And that's what that crescent moon represents, the moon god. The black moon don't represent no god.
Not seen as God.
You see? Not seen like that. All right, so now we see that you can't sacrifice to any other god. So when you buy your Christmas gifts and put them under the tree, those are sacrifices that were made. When you go into Jeremiah chapter 10, that's idolatry. And we're not supposed to be involved in idolatry. So not only do you keep away from bringing, you don't bring no sacrifices, no offerings to no gods, man. When February 31st come around, you start February 14th, you try to do Valentine's Day, that's dealing with another god called Lupercus from Lupercalia. That white and red represents a mother's nourishing milk and the red blood that comes from when a woman's not a virgin no more, when she has her period and when she has her baby. All that's when blood comes. So it represents fertility and being able to nurture. And that's the demon that was worshipped by our people and by the ancient Romans and the Greeks.
This goes into orgies and
Going into orgies and just having all types of nasty sex with people and animals.
and sacrifice.
And then sacrifices.
Human sacrifices.
You see? Just look it up. Look it up. Lupercalia. Lupercalia. All right, read.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him.
So the scripture says don't oppress a stranger and don't vex. Don't do things that's going to be cursing, all right, to a stranger. A foreigner is what it says. Moses was a foreigner in Midian. We were foreigners in Egypt. Go ahead.
Nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Why do you say that? Because we know what it's like to be oppressed in somebody else's land. So most I say, don't do that to them. Don't make them feel what you felt. Read.
Ye shall not afflict any widow
Don't afflict a widow, almanah, go ahead.
or fatherless child,
Yatawama, a child who don't have a father. Don't afflict them. All right, don't mistreat them. Don't treat them bad. Yeah, treat them good. Go ahead.
if thou afflict them in any wise,
So if you afflict a widow or a child whose father is dead, go ahead.
and they cry at all unto me,
Right?
I will surely hear their cry.
The Most High said, I'm going to hear they cry for the affliction that's being done unto them. Go ahead.
And my wrath shall wax hot,
So the Most High said, I'm going to blaze my wrath against you. Go ahead.
and I will kill you with the sword.
And
your wives shall be widows,
your wives are going to be widows now. Read.
and your children fatherless.
So now your children are going to be fatherless since you want to disrespect the widows and the orphans, the widows and the fathers. So the Most High is saying, you treat the widows and the fatherless with respect and you wrong. That's what the Most High is saying. All right, go ahead.
If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer.
So if you loan money to an Israelite, you can't get more than what you gave him. Read.
Neither shalt thou lay upon him usury.
Mm-hmm.
If thou at all take thy brother's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that sun going down.
So if you take his garment as collateral, you got to give it back to him when the sun goes down. So he's reminded every day that he owes you. But you're still showing compassion by giving him his stuff every night. So it's a two-way street. Read.
For that is covering his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious.
Go ahead. Well, that was the
That was the third.
you stop at verse 26, right?
Okay.
I keep going. You finished it? No.
That was just verse 27.
The last verse should be about, yeah, you a little ahead. You a little ahead. 27 in here is about the judge. Not to curse the Allahayim. But in that book is, you stopped at, which one did you stop at? What does it say? The clothing is his covering? Okay, that's 26. Yeah, so we back on track now.
All right, fourth portion is Exodus 22, 27, and 23, verse 5.
Let's have you go ahead and read that one too. It ain't much. It ain't too much. 27, go ahead.
Should I just
See you what?
should I reread 27?
Yeah, read 27 again.
For that is his covering only.
Well, that's 26 in here, so yeah, go ahead. Start from the next verse. I guess 28 in there, right? All right, go ahead.
Thou shalt not revile the gods.
Don't revile the gods. Don't curse the Allahayim, which is going into the judges. Go ahead.
Nor curse the ruler of thy people.
It says, Wat Nashaya'ah, which is a ruler or a prince of the people. Like Matidyahu is a Zakwan Nashaya'ah, an elder prince. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits,
So your first fruits, go ahead.
and of thy liquors,
Your liquors, go ahead. Your alcoholic beverages that's been brewing, and you're going to give those as offerings to the priests at Jerusalem. Go ahead.
the first one of thy sons shalt thou give unto me.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen
Mm-hmm.
and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam, and on the 8th day thou shalt give it to me.
Go ahead.
And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither
So it'll be men of holiness to the Most High. Go ahead.
Neither shall you eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field.
So anything that's not from a slaughtered animal, we can't eat that meat. You can't eat an animal that got killed by another animal. Go ahead.
Ye shall cast it to the dogs.
Give it to the dogs. Go ahead.
Kalashra Bar Yahweh.
Kalashra Bar Yahweh.
Na'ishah Na'shema.
Na'ishah.
All Yahweh said.
All the Yahweh said.
What we doing here?
What we doing here? Okay, so now in this fourth aliyah, This section discusses laws given to Yasha'Allah servants. No, I'm sorry. This section introduces us to new matazawa, new mitzvot. The prohibitions against cursing a judge, consuming meat that wasn't slaughtered the right way, offering sacrifices before the animal is 8 days old. Were you in the fourth or the fifth one now? It talks about perjury, and it talks about false testimonies, right? The judicial corruption. Judicial corruption, that's corruption of leadership. The commandments to separate all agricultural types, and then it tells the proper order and the holiness of the firstborn son, the sanctity, and then to return the lost animal to its owner, and to uphold, to help unload an animal that has a heavy burden. Okay, all right, continue verse 1, please.
Thou shalt, Exodus chapter 23, verse 1. Thou shalt not raise.
By not knowing what's true, so you got to investigate. Read.
Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
So now, as a judge and an officer, as a camp leader, you can't just roll with the majority. You got to roll with what's right. Even if you win more people or you lose everybody, you can't follow a multitude to do evil. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to rescue.
What verse is that? 2?
Come.
So it says, La'ah tahaya, do not be a kariyah, before or follower, Rabiyam, do not follow the majority, La Ra'id, for evil, Wala'ah, and do not ta'ina, do not humble yourself, I'll upon Rab, the majority, La Yatat, all right, to be moved, Akariyah, before or to follow, Rabiyam, Lahatat, to pervert. So it's saying, don't just follow the majority, all right? So all you camp leaders, all you elders, all you bishops, all of you generals, you can't follow what the majority is doing. So what America is doing and thinking and feeling, what most other people think and feel means nothing in your judgment if they're wrong. But a lot of our people follow the majority because they just don't know how to investigate. They being a man pleaser sometimes. You can't follow the majority to do evil, and you gotta know if what they're trying to, what they're trying to get you to believe is evil or not. You see, because remember, a wolf can come in sheep's clothes. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
So if a man is poor, you should not just automatically say, yeah, we're gonna rule in your favor. A person's not, we're gonna give you preferential treatment. So we should not give him la'ai says tahadar. You should not honor. Oh, he's poor, man. Nah, he wouldn't lie. Let's root for him. Go ahead.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox,
So if you see an animal or ox that belongs to somebody, go aid.
Or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
So repeatedly, it says Hashab Dayashabanwa. So return. Okay, if you see that ox that's going away. So have compassion on those things that belong to people you don't like. You still got to be compassionate and nice and kind toward those family members or those animals. You got to still respect. All right, go ahead.
If thou see the ass of him,
You read that already. Oh, it's another one? Yeah, that's 4. Okay, go to 5. Go ahead, my bad.
if thou see the ass of him that hateth thee.
So somebody who, I hate him. You see somebody who hates you, you're going to be like, he hate me so much, I'm not gonna touch nothing that's his. So if you see an animal of somebody that hates you, go ahead.
Lying under his burden, and wouldst forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him.
So he said, you think about not helping him, but the Most High said you still gotta help him. Because the animal is not the owner. And you gotta have respect and compassion upon all animals. Go ahead.
That's verse 5.
All right, good. So let's work back up, Amaria. We brought you in already. So this section 5, all right, we're commanded not to lie or take a bribe. The law of the sabbatical year is introduced. 6 years we work and we harvest the land, and on the 7th year we allow the land to rest. The same way as we keep the Sabbath for 6 days, and on the 7th we, our servants and our cattle, rest. We're forbidden to mention the names of other gods, and we're commanded to celebrate the 3 feasts: Passover, Shabbat, and Sakwath. Right? Passover, weeks, and booths. And to make a pilgrimage to the holy temple, which we used to be able to do that before they destroyed it, on those 3 occasions. Finally, we are told not to cook meat in its mothers, 6 through 19. All right, go ahead, please.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 6. Thou shalt not wrest the judgment of thy poor.
Do not twist. Do not twist a poor man, a man that has less, a man that's maybe looked down upon, a man that may not have a lot of resources, a man that you may not like, a man that in some way he lacks something you think he should have. But when he lacks that thing, that doesn't give you a right to pervert judgment. Yeah, I don't like him either. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and penalize him. Well, when you talk to him, well, I don't like him. He got a poor this or poor character or poor personality, or he's just a poor man. Read.
Keep thee far from a false matter.
So it say from a thing that is false, a lie. How you know if it's a lie or not? You have to investigate it for yourself. And you can't investigate without doing what? What's the main thing you need to do to investigate?
Evidence. In both parties.
The main thing. In order to get evidence, you got to talk to people. You got to communicate. You can't just go by yourself. You got to investigate. You got to communicate. How do you get the evidence? By talking to people. Communicating. You see? So that means that people should be reaching out to. Now, when you're dealing with people that's calling themselves leadership, they should know these things already. You shouldn't have a victim trying to chase people down saying, hey, they did me wrong, officer. Are you going to help me? The officer knows what happened. Tell me when I'm missing something. You got a guy, worst guy in the world, worst man, terrible attitude, horrible temper, very uncomfortable to look at and be around. You never know what he's going to do crazy or hurt somebody. So somebody says, well, you know, this guy, he came into my yard, and he looked at my yard, and he went back and told people that he didn't like how my grass was growing. He didn't like how I planted my flowers. Matter of fact, he said that the whole city council needed to cut their grass. So the city council says, where is this man? And they said, well, he's out there. And the city council says, well, we should bring the man in and let him speak for himself. And then the speaker of the city council says, no, we really shouldn't. We should just give him a fine, and we should tell him that he's not allowed to come into the city anymore. Is that what this law is talking about? Is that what the Torah is talking about? Is that what we're upholding? You see? So we're talking about what's right. The Most High says you cannot pervert justice or judgment. You cannot pervert righteousness. So if you have a system where you majority is following somebody and they're not looking out for the poor man, how many times do you have camps out here that just tell somebody, well, you can't come to the camp no more because why? Because I don't like what you did. What scripture is that? Who represents them? When you have a leader that's being challenged by his members when he's just doing what's right according to the Torah. They say, we don't want to do that. Who helps him? And that's where Mashiach Yasha'Allah comes in. Our job is to bring our government, our people, our citizens to a high level of morality, of righteousness, of justice, of equality under the laws of Yahweh. When you stand before an Israelite judge, you stand as an equal that has an opportunity to present why this person should be found guilty of breaking the laws of Yahweh and doing wrong toward you or your family. And a lot of camp systems don't have that set up. But that's what Israel Yasha'Allah needs, and we should be doing it on one accord. Because you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. You don't know, but we see it. We see members of certain Israelite camps always having sex with a woman. Then the woman get pregnant, then I don't want to be with you no more, I'm going to leave you. Or always having sex with a woman, this woman is my wife, but then I don't want to be with you no more, I'm going to leave you. Or the woman having sex with this man, I don't want to be with you no more, I'm leaving, I'm going to get me another husband, I'm going to get married over here. And because these men are so pressed to have power and authority and followers to listen to them talk about the Bible, they pervert the justice written in the Bible. If a woman made an agreement with a man, I'm your wife for life. And a man is the same thing, and they meant it. That man cannot say, I'm going to leave you, I'm going to go get another wife. Yahweh said that's adultery now. Because you left your first wife for reasons other than fornication. So Yahweh said that's adultery. But see, if you really, you understand, you have to understand the fact, man. You cannot be righteous by only worrying about what's happening in your congregation. It's impossible. Because anybody can come and lie and tell you anything, and you don't deal with these other campsites, or you can't authorize or verify nothing. How you going to verify it? See, everybody's setting themselves up as a small camp or school government, but they're not really dealing with the other schools, camps, and governments. So how can we move forward as a nation if all you're worried about is the name that you created or the name you took from the Bible and the people that fall up under you by falling up under that name? How can we move forward as a nation if that's your focus? Because what you're doing, you're going out into Israel, you're recruiting people, and you're recruiting them for your organization because they're not benefiting the nation. They only benefit you and your organization. And that ain't how it's supposed to be. All right, read. What verse?
Exodus chapter 23, verse 7.
Go ahead.
Keep thee far from the false matter.
Keep far from a false matter. Again, how do you know if it's false? Got to investigate. Read.
Keep the innocent and the innocent and righteous. Slay thou not.
So if somebody is innocent and been acquitted, it says la'al taharag. It says al taharag, no kill. So the person is innocent. All right? And the person has been acquitted of any wrong, righteous, been justified. Tzadayach, righteousized. You can't punish that person. You can't kill that person because they didn't do nothing wrong. This is what the Torah says. But you got to investigate yourself. We have to have a system. And that was the whole purpose of Mashra Yash Allah, to set up a system. And I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have about 4 judges, meaning men that have been taught the laws of the Most High and can discern what is right and wrong according to the Torah. Go ahead.
For I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt.
So the Most High said he ain't gonna justify the wicked. He ain't gonna make the wicked like they're righteous. So all the people doing wickedness out there, your number's coming up. You're doing wickedness, the Most High is not gonna justify. What is wickedness? Wickedness just means something that's wrong. Wrong according to what? Wrong according to the Torah. Okay?
And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise,
Mm-hmm.
and perverteth the words of the righteous.
Right?
And thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger, seeing you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Don't oppress a stranger. You were strangers in Egypt. You know how it feels to be a foreign in a foreign place. Go ahead.
In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land,
So you plant your crops for 6 years. Go ahead.
and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still,
Mm-hmm.
that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat.
Mm-hmm.
In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard,
Right.
and with thy olive yard. 6 days shall they do thy work.
See that says la. It says la zayavka. Go ahead.
6 days thou
Shashat yamayam. Go ahead.
shalt do thy work.
You do all your work. Go ahead.
And on the 7th day
6 days you work, 7th day. When you're doing a new moon, Sabbath, and you saying the Sabbath is based on a moon, that's ancient Babylonian calendar system. It's not from Israel. That's what the Babylonians did. Babylonians were keeping the moon, the Sabbath according to the moon. You see? That's what they did. Israel didn't do that. That don't have nothing to do with us.
Learn not the ways of the heathen.
Jeremiah 10:1, learn not the ways of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen that dismayed at them. For one could the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the axeman, right?
Right,
But the point is, these are religious systems that that Isaiah is talking about. It's like Jeremiah is talking about in chapter 10. He's saying, don't learn these ways of the heathens. Don't be like them. So we're doing the crescent moon, when we're doing the Sabbath according to the new moon, and we're going to do every 7 days after the new moon as a Sabbath, that ain't what this says. Because just by the very beginning of it, you got like either 2 Sabbaths back to back, or you got a Sabbath, then a work day, one work day, and then another Sabbath. The scripture says what? 6 days. All right, 6 days. And the 7th is the Shabbat. All right, go ahead.
And on the 7th day thou shalt rest,
Mm-hmm.
that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect.
So be careful. So watch, guard, and protect. Watching Shamar right here means to guard and protect something. Everything I'm saying. Go ahead.
And make no mention of the name of other gods.
So it says Tha Zakayar. Zakayarwa. So it says, don't make memorials of their names, what it says. Don't say don't mention it. It says, Washam alahayim akaryam other la'a ta zakiyarwa. Don't memorialize their names. Go ahead.
Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
It says, La'a yashamar al pa yaka. Don't let it be heard from your mouth. Okay? So you ain't supposed to be trying to pay some type of, you're going to do a report and reenact what the gods did. Most I say don't do that. All right, go ahead.
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
So 3 feasts. Okay? Go ahead. Well, really it's 3 regalium, like 3 walking with your foot, like what they call a pilgrimage. Go ahead.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
Unleavened bread, matzah, matzos. Go ahead.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days,
Mm-hmm.
as I commanded thee, in the time appointed
Right.
of the month of Bit.
The month of Abib, which is the springtime, Abayab. That means when the moon is in the first new moon in the first constellation. And then Passover comes when? Passover comes at the 15th day after that new moon. All right? So the 15th is the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and then the 14th day, before the sun goes down, is when you commemorate the Passover. But the whole time period is known in the scripture and historically as the Passover period. I guess if people don't say Chag Matzah, I guess it's easy to say Pasak instead of Chag Matzah Pasak. So the whole series was called the Pasak. So the scripture is saying that that's one of the main feasts that you have in the month of Abib. So it says Chadash Ba Abayab, the new moon of the agricultural season beginning. Everybody understand that? Of the agricultural season beginning, which is Abib, which this year is on March 12th. That's when it begins. Because it's the constellations that the Most High put up there for the season and for years, together, working for the calendar. And that's what Mashra Yasha'ala office of calendar uses. Go ahead.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
and none shall appear before me empty.
So you bring your offering, your tithes, to the feast days. Go ahead.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors.
The Feast of Harvest, which is 50 days after Passover. 50 days after the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You start counting on the 16th day of Abib. Go ahead.
Which thou hast sown in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year.
Ingathering, which is going into the Feast of Booths, but it's all about Feast of Booths, but it's all about agriculture. Feast of Booths, Tabernacles, people call it Sukkots. Go ahead.
When thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field, 3 times in the year, all thy males shall appear before Almighty.
Right, so those 3 times are the feasts that we just read about. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread.
Go ahead.
Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning.
Okay, go ahead.
The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt not seethe the kid in his mother's milk.
So you can't boil a goat in his mother's milk. Okay.
The next portion.
All right, so the next one, right?
Exodus 23, verse 20, Exodus 24, verse 18.
I got 2320 to 2325. That's what it has in here too. Then the last one is 26 to 18, 14. I don't know why they got that. That's you got something different going on. Cause they doing they skipping the last. And this is evidence right here. The so-called white man calls himself a Jew. For this Sabbath portion, he's observing the crescent moon for the beginning of his month. And a lot of you other Israelite camps are observing the new moon for the crescent moon, just like your brother so-called white man is doing today. And that's why they got the last Torah portion that they combine them to. Because they're going to read the last 7 portion from Numbers chapter 28 about the offering for the new moon. Because they Sabbath is falling on this day. And all the brothers that's following was this 2 days later, right? We did it on what day? The 10th?
Wednesday. No, yeah, Wednesday.
So was that the 10th, right? Was that the 10th? Yeah. And they did it from the 12th at night. See that? Go ahead and look on there. Look on masharayasha'Allah.com and see what date they have on there for the new moon. So we're going to just check this out real quick because it's good that the Zaquan Shaphat caught that. It's good that he caught that because now we can show a real life example of how when people try to change up their doctrines in secret and got you following a crescent moon and ain't told you nothing about it in a formal discussion. So all you Zaquanian that act like we need to have this conversation in secret, shame on you, man. Because this is a spirit of confusion, man. And Yahweh is not the author of confusion. So if you got the office of calendar of the Masharai Yasha'Allah government saying, hey, the new moon is on, what was it, the 10th, right? And then somebody else said, no, it's the 12th. And then you got the daggone white man saying, yeah, it's on the 12th. Now that's showing you that somebody is talking against the so-called white man, but they following him and his ways. And like Zaquan just brought out from Jeremiah chapter 10, learn not the ways of the heathen. Oh, it ain't come up yet. It did?
No, it didn't. Did it come up yet?
Yeah, it's coming up now. Everything didn't come up for it yet though, but the little front page came up. And quoting Josephus on here too. Now, on the Masharai Yasha'Allah website, they're quoting Josephus. But in the book of Josephus, he tells you that the new moon begins when the sun is in Aries. That's what he says.
First constellation.
So that means that, but the book of Enoch tells you this year to keep the new moon when the sun is in Taurus, in the second constellation. After the equinox. All right, so we're going to look on this website, man. And this, which was on this website, does not represent the Masharai Yasha'Allah office of calendar. All right? It represents a particular Masharai Yasha'Allah camp that's using a different set of criterion
Methodology.
for the new moons, which is not part of what how we do it. You see? So I'm gonna go in here, new moon Sabbaths. Which is 2001. So they saying on the Mashara Yasha'Allah website, which by the way, the Office of Calendar was not consulted for any of these dates. These dates is coming from a school. And like I started out at the beginning of the video, we don't represent a particular school. We work strictly for the government for all of the schools. But a particular school decided to change how they do the new moon. And now when you go to their website, you see that they got the new moon starting for the 13th month on March 14th. But then they got February 12th, Friday, at the beginning of the 12th month. And that's the lie. That ain't true. That's what, according to the book of Enoch, may be telling you. But right now, if you go to the website that the Zaquan was on, which was until the 13th at night, they observed the white man, the so-called Jew. So the new moons of Mashara Yasha'Allah don't line up to the new moons of Amalek. The new moons of Mashara Yasha'Allah is different than the new moons of the so-called white man. But then a brother may want to say, well, how is your Passover in the same month as his? Oh, well, how is your new moon? Every new moon you got exactly as he got. You see?
The difference that people have to understand is that we are going by the inferior conjunction.
Right, which is the dark moon. Oh, the Torah ain't clear about it. Well, is the Hebrew clear? Is the concepts from Genesis clear? Is that clear enough? Take that off of there, please. Take that off of there. Take it off of there, please. Yeah. So is that clear? But do you want to study the Torah and deal with it like that? And this is what I'm saying. How can y'all expect me as an elder to sit on a council where you're making public policy changes using a book outside the Bible and then try to criticize and chastise me for defending the public from not knowing what's going on and informing them of what's going on? How can you try to criticize or penalize or chastise me for doing my job as an elder when you are not doing your job as an elder because you let people switch books around and switch dates around without no chastisement, without no oversight, just whatever they in their school decide to do, and you the ones letting them push that on the whole nation. So shame on you. Ain't no shame on me. Who Yahweh I got a problem with? Who really watching over the sheep? Huh? Who watching over the sheep? Who's watching the sheep, man? You letting the sheep be led under a crescent moon, but you yourself and your congregation are supposed to be keeping the black moon, but you ain't saying nothing about the elders that's trying to change everything, man. And I'll take some heat. I can agree, yeah. I could have chose a better set of words to express myself. But whenever I see injustice happening and people trying to take people's trust for granted, it bothers me. And I'm zealous for the Torah. And we're reading about all throughout the Torah today, don't have respect to a person. Here are the causes, bring both people before the court. And for you all to sit back and overlook this part of the Torah. You want to overlook this part of the Torah. and act like it doesn't exist. What's your problem, Mazalika? You want to overlook this part of the Torah. So here we have a class. As a matter of fact, man, hold up. So, masharayasha'Allah.com, do not go to that website for your calendar dates. It is based on a book of Enoch, which is not the foundation of masharayasha'Allah. The foundation of masharayasha'Allah is the Torah. And I would not sit back silently as I watch one group of men from a particular school, 2 men, 3 men in particular, try to advocate that we change how the whole nation does something and change the articles of belief because they in their school had a council without the rest of the council of the elders of the nation of Israel, of Masharah Yasha'Allah, the government. What's the purpose of having a government if you can sit back in your own school and decide stuff with your own select men and then try to push it upon the nation? The purpose of Masharah Yasha'Allah was for every segment of Israelite society to be represented on a council. And that's what we tried to do. Is it perfect? No. Is it what we set out to do? Yes. Does it have all the elements? No. So how can you have this council set up, but then you have men just sitting back making their own new doctrines and then trying to trick us into following dates that's not according to the articles of belief that we all agreed to. We agreed to the articles of belief. The articles of belief are, matter of fact, they're inside of the Torah law book that was held up at every summit. When the book was held up, the law book was held up at almost every summit. And inside the law book, it has the articles of belief. And it tells you that we follow the inferior conjunction. And that's in the articles of belief also. So because of the Torah reading that Zaquan Nathaniel pointed out, well, hold up. They combined the last 2 together. They took the 6th and the 7th and made it into the 6th. And then they made the 7th Torah portion from the book of Numbers, which is about the new moon. Why? Because Amalek is keeping the new moon today. Now, what we're going to do, I'm going to go on this phone, and I'm going to go into, I'm going to look up, what is it, the 12th Kodesh. Because they're not doing no leap year, but they are doing their new moons. They doing 12. Usually we a day or 2 off. They are 2 days off of us. All right. .com is not an accurate calendar according to the articles of belief. You know, and look, man, I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. Y'all don't understand what's going on behind closed doors. There's a lot of injustices going on behind closed doors. And a lot of you elders on the council, oh, we don't want to say nothing about it publicly. You shouldn't have made a video. You have your right to your opinion, and I got a right to handle injustice in a way that I see is in line with the Bible. All right? So again, I'm going to rehearse everything for you. For 3 years, we had private conversations with some of the elders and some of the priests, or a priest and 2 elders in particular, about the crescent new moon being wrong. So we did it one-on-one. First step says, bring it before everybody, which means names is supposed to be named. But we're not naming names yet. So we haven't even gotten to the 3rd step. We in an intermediary between the second and the third step that Yahushua gave. You go to the person, you bring a witness, and then when they don't want to hear a witness, you bring them before the whole congregation. I'm keeping these people anonymous. We haven't brought them to the whole congregation yet. I'm keeping it anonymous, discussing the principles that are trying to be taught to the people of Yasha'Allah. All right? So it is still Rosh Kadosh today. All right, so why is Rosh Kadosh 2 days? 12th Kadosh, Rosh Kadosh, or Kadosh 2021. I'm going to show you how how people, they just think that they so smart, and you just got this book of Enoch, not realizing the book of Enoch is actually taking you back to the following the so-called white Jew. All right. Let's see. Actually, you know what I'll do? Hold on, let's stop that search. I'm gonna put, it's already going to kabod.org. Now, kabod.org has good academic information about the Torah. All right, this is January 14. Let's look at the months. All right, see them for a month. I was just thinking, get the calendar. So the point I'm making is that what's happening right now is a slow divide is being drawn right now in every Israelite camp. And I see a lot of brothers moving into the crescent moon, which is idolatry. You can't say the black moon is idolatry. Why? Because you don't have no ancient culture that even spoke about what they're going to do or not going to do on the black moon. All right? So here it says, let me click this. It says February 13. Saturday, February 13. I'm going to read this to you. Got the Torah reading. I can't bring it up right now, but they began the observation last night. That's when they began the observation. They began the observation tonight because they're reading it during the Sabbath. So if they read it during the Sabbath, that means that they began that observation from last night, not from today, Saturday, so-called Saturday on the East Coast. All right, so these are things that's going on behind closed. And I'm really big on, this is the way that the public is involved with what's going on. And I've seen this. I've seen a lot of brothers in Israel. And this is why, my spirit feels a certain kind of way sometimes. Not even feel a certain kind of way. This is why my spirit will not contradict itself. I cannot sit out there and talk with you teaching the word of the Most High when I know that you polluting the Most High's holy days. That's hypocrisy. And if you want to do that, you're going to have to answer to the Most High about that. Not me. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to sit out there. You got all types of madness, different doctrines, and wickedness going on behind closed doors, and then you want to get out there with your brother and then say, yeah, we agree on everything, so let's go attack the Christians. When did Yahushua and them ever team up to go attack pagans? They attacked the root of Israel for the wickedness that the Israelites was doing in their own backyard. Which means that we Israelites that keep the Torah, that claim the Torah, that claim Yahushua, we got to get our own backyard clean. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all want to go run into every church in America and every street corner in America and tell everybody else what they're doing. You shouldn't be gay, which is right. You shouldn't be gay. You shouldn't be keeping Christmas, which is true. You shouldn't be keeping Christmas. You shouldn't be keeping the lunar Sabbath. Well, wait, brother. We're doing a unity camp with people that keep the lunar Sabbath, so we can't teach against that. You shouldn't be doing the crescent moon. Well, wait, brother. We can't talk against the crescent moon because we got brothers here that keep the crescent moon. So y'all muzzling the truth. You muzzling the truth, man. And I'm not no fake dude, man. I'm not no fake dude. And I'm not compromising the Torah. And if what you're doing requires you to compromise the Torah, you need to re-examine what God you really serve. Y'all don't see no place in the whole Bible where Yahushua and his disciples ever had to compromise what they believed for the sake of unity. You see that? So we're showing you on the so-called white man's calendar how this devil is keeping the new moon and saying that the new moon began on the 12th. That's what he's saying. So now you got Israelites that's trying to use the book of Enoch to get you to follow him in his calendar because he's following the same crescent moon. Read it. They follow the same crescent moon. And I shared this with all the elders. If they didn't see it, it's not my fault. That's why we got a chat room. So that you can see what's going on. As an elder, as a leader. And I put in there, I put evidence. The Muslims follow the crescent moon. The Babylonians follow the crescent moon. And the so-called white man that calls himself a Jew, he followed the crescent moon also. And now they're trying to get us to follow the crescent moon. You see that? They're trying to get us to follow the crescent moon, but I'm not going to do it. If that means I got to stand alone, I'll stand alone. If that means I'm going to be beat, I'm going to be spat on, I'm going to be kicked out, I'm going to be brought before councils, let it begin. Because you don't know the God that I serve. I know the one you serve, the crescent moon God, but you don't know the God that I serve. The God that I serve. You don't know Yahweh. All right? You don't know Yahweh. All right, so this is the some congregation, Jewish something, Center for Jewish Lives. I'm trying to see. Shabbat Shalom, Mishpatim, Rosh Chodesh Adar, 2021. Right, so they saying that the Sabbath is when the new moon started. That's what they saying. That's what they're saying. That the Sabbath started with the new moon. So you know what's happening now? I'll tell you what's happening. You got people polluting the Sabbath now. People that kept this as a Sabbath, that kept the new moon for Friday night, they was cooking on that night. And it was defiled. They was kindling fire. They was defiling the Shabbat. You see? And how do you think the Most High feels about that? All right. So yeah, so what was it, February, was it February 12th at evening? That's when they kept it, man. And they trying to pull us the same way. So again, you saw, imagine you go to a Mashrah Yasha'Allah website. I'm going to show you the hypocrisy if you got a problem with what I'm doing. Imagine you go to the Mashrah Yasha'Allah website and they got all of the same holy days that IUIC has, which follows the full moon, the white moon, as the beginning of the month. And you talk to the brothers and say, hey, you got the wrong dates. And they say, no, we're going to keep them dates. We're going to have a meeting about whether we're going to use the white moon or the black moon. Are you going to entertain that conversation? Or are you going to say, no, we're not doing that? We're going to keep the black moon we've been using, and you're going to change them dates. And if you don't change the dates, I'm going to go ahead and do what I need to do. Now, haven't you had that conversation, Zaquan? Have you had a conversation saying you need to change them dates? The dates didn't get changed. So what are we supposed to do in charge of the calendar as watchmen over the calendar if we see that people are not listening and are using different dates that we are totally against and won't change them? What are we supposed to do? We're supposed to be bullied? We're supposed to just let people do what they're going to do and not exercise our office? Somebody else decided they got a better way to do it? No, you're supposed to stand up for what's right. Because if you went on there and you seen IUI, well, guess what? We went to the calendar and we saw the so-called white man fake crescent dates. We said, hey, we got to change this. The response was, no, I'm not changing that. So what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? What we're supposed to do is inform the public of what's going on. This says, Shabbat Shalom and Kodesh Tov from Rabbi Shafrin, February 12, 2021. February 12, 2021. So that's the calendar that they keep. So when you go to the website, you see the same dates corresponding. Digression. You have this big digression. You have this big digression, Mazaka. You have this big digression. Because people don't want to do. I mean, I listened to a song last night by Yahweh that was in it, Shatar Yahawashai was in it, Shatar Kadauts Yah was in it. Which then was set up as Shapatiyam, by the way. It was set up as Shapatiyam also, Judges also. And then he was in it, and it was called Just Keeping Your Word. Do what you say. And if we have an agreement that this is the new moon, how are we going to observe the new moon? And you say, I don't want to go by the go when it goes against what we all agreed to when we got together. And this was part of the problem that people had with Mashara Yashala. But we're not going that direction. We're going the direction where we started. We're not changing anything. And I speak for all of the elders. Listen to what I'm about to say very carefully. I speak for all of the elders that still respect their word as men and uphold what we agreed to as the 12 articles of belief. And we will not tolerate any elder that wants to break his word. If any elder wants to break his word, we can't control that. We can't stop that. We wish we could, but we can't. But he will no longer be a part of what we, through the Spirit of Yahweh, Bashem Yahweh, to. You see that? We just read how you not. The Torah, dramatic with everybody, and spare my feelings because my feelings might get hurt because I'm wrong. And you don't want to tell me I'm wrong? How many chances do I got when you offend me or I offend you? You see? So that's why the new moon was on the 10th, so-called Wednesday night. And then on March 12th, give me that thing again. What is it? March 14th. Same website. So, I mean, first and foremost, man, I serve Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahweh Shai. And second, I serve the public, everything in the Torah. We just read everything in Torah. Okay. So we got to go by what the Torah says. We got to go by what the Torah says. So March 14th is not a new moon, and it's not the 13th month. Just because the book of Enoch said you gotta have a leap year 3, 5, and 8, that doesn't mean we gotta have a leap year 3, 5, and 8. That first pass through the first constellation, that's when you begin the month of spring, the month of Abib, okay?
The second Adar is next year.
Second Adar comes next year. We have 2 Adars next year. All right, Adar 1, we have 13 new months next year, not this year. Okay? I mean, even when you're not competent. How old are you, Zayatan? 8. This is my website. The moon is black. Look at the moon as all black and tell me what it says under that.
New moon.
It says new moon. The new moon that's above the black moon, what does it say? And then you gotta argue with somebody saying, oh no, it's the crescent moon. No. Put on your website that the new moon is the crescent moon. That's what I'm talking about. Either you're trying to trick people, or it's a problem with whoever's trying to establish this understanding for the nation needs to be proven a little more competent in that endeavor. So you gotta watch how you say stuff, because people are real sensitive, man. Because people watching this right now that's trying to trip me up on using the Torah to say what I'm saying. Or well, he gonna say something that offends or hurts somebody's feelings. You see? So, on Mashiach Yashala website, it says that the new moon is black.
And what's the opposite of the new moon?
And opposite to the new moon is the full moon.
Scripturally, that's Ecclesiastes, what, 42?
42:24. 42:24. So you have a wax, but then you have the new moon being shown on here as a crescent. It says new moon Sabbath. So how is it a new moon Sabbath, but then you have on your website that the new moon is black moon? That's confusion. You see, you're going to trip your own self up trying to fight against the Torah. You're trying to fight against the Torah. So we got to bring this out. I mean, I don't have no respect to a person. I don't have no respect to a person. But you got people that got respect to a person, and that's part of the reason they don't want to bring it out. Because when somebody else do something wrong, they don't have no problem making a video about it or talking to the person one-on-one. But certain people you can't talk to about what they're doing wrong. They don't want to hear. But they don't got a problem making a video. Who's going to bring the council to council? And it's exactly why I say we need an independent oversight committee to make sure that the council is doing its job equal to me in any area of government without fear of reprimand or being ostracized. What we have is a clique of brothers that's been associating and dealing with each other for years because they love something else more than they love the Torah and what the Most High said. Well, wrong is wrong and right is right. If you say you're going to do it, do it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it goes against your agreement, then do what you're doing someplace else. But you will not sit on the council of Mashiach Yasha'Allah and change your word. Period. You will not try to renegotiate. You know why? Because when you had that summit about the new moon being the Sabbath way to observe the Sabbath new moon, was that a negotiation? Or was that Mashiach Yasha'Allah trying to convince other camps that the new moon Sabbath was wrong and that the weekly Sabbath every 7 days was the way to go? You wasn't trying, which is against the articles of belief. Were you trying to negotiate? Never. Please stop teaching that. But now we have a want to draw lots. Well, you didn't draw no lots about cooking on the Sabbath. You didn't have conferences and talks privately about the book of Enoch. Was doing something that was opposite to the articles of belief. Brothers didn't negotiate. Everybody on the council was like, no, we're not going to do that way. We're going to correct these brothers. But now these same brothers on the council, not all of them, but some of them, now they want to say, well, we should talk about it. We should have a phone conference. We should entertain it. No, we're not. We believe that, then you should no longer be a part of something you don't believe in anymore. You can, now, if you do something else, you know, that's not what we agreed to. We keep our agreement. We're going to be men of our word. We're not going to follow a multitude to do evil. And we're not going to change the rules now. You see? You want to change the rules. First, you want to say, no, we're going to correct these brothers and show them what they're doing is wrong. And now when it comes to you changing your doctrine, the right day. And don't make no video about what's going on privately, but we see it's already being pushed onto the public with videos made about that topic. But without mentioning no names, you the bad guy now. And if you happen to be in the same geographic area where the person was at that made the video against the secrecy that's going on, you're going to be labeled as a bad guy too. You see that? And if it's without anybody else that's currently on the council, then so be it. But I'm not going to stand before Yahushua. He asked me, why did you go with the majority instead of what was right? And that's what you brothers are. I don't care if I got to do this thing, Mashiach Yasha'Allah, government of Israel, with the Torah, to me for repentance. And you follow the way of my Father, or you follow way. That's all I want to hear. Y'all don't have no, you don't have no heavens, and you don't got no reward for me for my works. So I'm not afraid of none of you brothers, man. I'm not afraid of nobody when it comes to standing up for what's right in the Most High's eyes. I don't have no respect to fuss about stuff, and then we can love each other. I don't have an eye in order to be brothers. We can disagree and prove each other right or wrong. And then we're going to go forward in that rightness that we've agreed is right as brothers. So you have brothers on the Mashra Yasha'Allah Council that's not from the Articles of Belief. Because in the Articles of Belief, but this is old, it's in here for the Articles of Belief, council comfortably with men agreeing no more. But then, when you had two other instances, when two other Israelite camps that's associated with Mashra Yasha'Allah was doing something that was, until these brothers are doing the crescent and moon, you're going to tell them that they're wrong? You're going to have a council to tell them that they need to stop teaching that? Are you scared? When the majority was together, you sure spoke against, at the summit, you had the debate about the lunar Sabbath with no fear when everybody was together. But now 3, 4, 5 elders on the council now that's following the lunar crescent. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elders on the council following the lunar crescent. Control the zone. How did that happen? How did that happen? And where are you, brothers that don't follow the lunar crescent? You gonna just tolerate them doing that? You gonna just sit by and let them just change their word and go against the agreement and still say? And because you say something, they're gonna come down on you too, like they trying to come down on me. But I know that Yahweh shines on my belief. I agreed to the Brotherhood Code of Ethics. I talked to each brother one-on-one personally about the Book of Enoch and about the crescent moon. I did my job. I did it. The ringleaders, that is, I didn't talk to the whole organization, but the ones that were vocal that said, hey, I believe in this, I'm gonna do this. I talked to them personally, one-on-one. So I did my job. So if somebody wants to say, hey, we're not gonna go by what we agreed to, we're gonna do something different. What's gonna change next? What are we gonna vote on next? We didn't vote when it came to cooking on the Sabbath. We didn't vote when it came to the lunar Sabbath, but now you want to vote because you may be in a position of influence and you're using that influence to exert your will upon men. What is your will? Well, at least hear me out. Nah. You didn't hear nothing about, your mind was made up when we had that meeting about whether we could cook on the Sabbath or not. Your mind was made up, we can't do it, period. Your mind was made up. So the mind is already made up. We're not doing a crescent moon Sabbath. And wherever you go to, you see a crescent moon Sabbath, check with the Mashra Yasha'Allah Office of Calendar. All right, and check with the Hebrew calendar on Facebook and see what the dates are. And use those dates because those are the dates that have been authorized by the Mashra Yasha'Allah Council in general. Because the Office of Calendar was established and authorized to set up the calendar according to the Articles of Belief. So if that calendar doesn't reflect what the council agreed to, who made the decision to change it? To change an agreement, last I checked, it has to be unanimous. To change a contract, it has to be unanimous. until the contract expires, and the contract didn't expire. The agreement didn't expire. So that's what we agreed to. We can't change it arbitrarily because we say that, Amaya, because we say that, oh, we want to change it now. Yeah, just say, maybe the time was up. Actually, it looks like it's, was it charging? Okay, so we taking a break off of Shabbat Shalom Success's Journey. How to get to 0, man?
Plugged up.
Con, it was 0% now. Hold on, how that happened? We got one more portion in prophets. Come. And you can but we still on here though. We still on YouTube. All right, so sorry for the delay. Everybody on YouTube, sorry about that. We got disconnected from Facebook, so we gotta get Facebook. Yeah, we gotta get Facebook back up. We got the YouTube is still going, so you brothers and sisters on YouTube, all praise to Yahweh. Thank you for your patience. For 45%. Okay, so we got about to get YouTube back up again. Zaquan. All right, so Zaquan gonna again, we're still live, so just not on every platform. So Zaquan, we in the 7th portion, 6th portion? 6th portion. And Zaquan and Nathaniel are gonna take over the zone now. All right. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and part 2.
So, we're not going to numbers, so.
All right, so we're back on now on Facebook. No, it's in your phone. Open up the packet. Open up the packet for for the Mishpatim. The one that got sent out to all of the groups.
Okay.
You gotta get out of Facebook though. As we see some of y'all back, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for even coming back. So we can get everything back going again. Yeah, close hands. Oh man. No. Come on right here, man. There's a bunch of pins, man. You know what the pins are?
Okay. We're in the seventh Aliyah. 6, okay. All right, 6th Aliyah will be in Exodus 23 verses 20 to 25.
You guys are reading, didn't
And for this, all right. So for the 6th Aliyah, Yahweh informed the Israelites that he would dispatch an angel to lead them into Canaan. This angel would not tolerate disobedience. If, however, the Israelites would hearken to the angel and eradicate idolatry from the promised land, then they would be greatly rewarded. The Canaanite enemies would fall before them, and Yahweh would provide you food and drink and remove illness from the midst of you. So that's the 6th Aliyah summary. So we can start reading.
Fix the microphone.
So we can start reading in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, verses 20 to 25.
It's all right. What's the verses for the 6th one?
20 to 25.
I need this one. 2025.
Mm-hmm.
What chapter is it?
23 verses 20 to 25.
Exodus chapter 23, verses 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice, provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice, and thou shalt do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto the enemies, and an adversary unto the adversaries,
Unto thine adversaries.
unto thine adversaries. For mine angel shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overview them and
Utterly what?
overthrow them and quit.
What is it? Help them. Say it louder. Quaint.
Quite break down their images, and ye shall serve Yahweh your Elohim, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sicknesses away from the midst of thee.
So if we serve the Most High, He'd take away sicknesses and illness from away from us. Is that the 25th verse? Okay. Next reading. Next reader would be reading the 7th Aliyah, and that's Exodus, the 23rd chapter, verses 26 to Exodus, the 24th chapter, verse 18. And this section is describing the blessings the Israelites will receive if they faithfully serve Yahweh. No miscarriages or barren women would occur if they were obedient. Longevity, wide spacious boundaries, and supernatural assistance in their quest to conquer the Holy Land. Yahweh warns the Israelites against entering into treaties with the Canaanite nations and surrounding nations, allowing them to remain in the land after Israelite invasion. All right. The Torah now relates some of the events that occurred in the days immediately prior to the giving of the Torah. Moshe went up to the mountain and received a message from Yahweh, which he communicated to the people through the elders. The Israelites enthusiastically committed themselves to follow all of Yahweh's laws. Moshe transcribed the book of the covenant and read it to the people. Then together with the Israelite firstborn, Moshe offered sacrifices and sprinkled the blood on the people, bringing them into a covenant with Yahweh. This section concludes with Yahweh summoning Moshe after 40 days and nights and the giving of the Torah to ascend to the mountain in a cloud, possibly chariot, where he would remain there for 40 days and 40 nights, and he would be given the 2 tablets. This aliyah contains the original of why we say, the origin of why we say, Kol Shara, the Bar Yahweh, Na Isha, and Na Shema. For all that Yahweh has said will we do, and we will hear. We will do first and hear second. All right? So, you can,
to confirm our commitment to the words of
okay, so you can start your reading.
Exodus chapter 20, 26. There shall be nothing cast their young. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come. And I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee. And I will send hornets before them, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before them. I will drive them out from before thee 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee. By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be decreased and inherit the land. And I will set thy bounds from the reed sea, even unto the sea of the Philistines, which is from the desert into the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. Thou shalt not dwell they shall not dwell in thy land, lest they make thee sin against me. For if thou wilt serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to thee. Call Shabbat Bar Yahweh.
Call Shabbat Bar Yahweh.
Now Yahweh, now Shabbat.
Now Yahweh, now Shemai.
All that Yahweh said,
All that Yahweh said,
what we're doing here.
what we're doing here.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 1.
So these gods that the Canaanites set up, they back now. Because all of it came from ancient Babylon. So they're worshiping Babylonian demons. Demons from ancient Babylon that was around since the longest time. So now the Most High is telling us don't follow after those ways. To follow those ways. And all that goes back to Babylon. We can see in Babylon that they did certain things. How they did with their women, how they did observances, how they dressed, and ancient Egyptians. And then it went over to the Greeks and the Romans, and all this wickedness that people are doing. So you follow the ways that started with Ham. Nimrod, remember, was a Hamite. He started all this wickedness that people are doing. He's the son of Cush. But in a fateful, irony, when the main historical established nations that you can find that was obeying, trying to keep the Torah was the Ethiopians.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 1. And he said unto Moshe, come up unto Yahweh, thou and Aharon, the Dad and the Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yashalom, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near Yahweh, but they shall not come down, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Yahweh, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice, and said, all the words which Yahweh had said will we do. And Moshe brought all the words of Yahweh, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar unto the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Yashalom. And he sent young men of the children of Yashalom, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahweh. And Moshe took half of the blood, and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant, and read it in the audience of the people. And they said,
the book of the covenant contained all the different laws.
all that Yahweh had said will we do and be obedient.
So notice it said do and be obedient. Because how did they do them? Because it was in a spirit already to do what the Most High told Mashah we needed to do. So they became as little children. Whatever you said, we're going to do it. They came as little children. So that's why we say we do in here. Because the children that we raise, they supposed to be raised walking in the Torah.
Come. Brought up eating the correct foods according to the dietary laws. Brought up knowing which holy convocation we're supposed to keep. Brought up knowing which inferior conjunction we're supposed to be following.
Only one inferior conjunction.
Come. It's a dark moon. Go ahead.
And Moshe took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, behold the blood of the covenant, which Yahweh hath made with you, concerning all these words. Then went up Moshe, and Aharon, and Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yashalom. And they saw the Alahai of Yashalom, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were, the body of heaven in its clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yashalom he laid not his hand. Also they saw the height, and did eat and drink. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, come up to me into the mount, and be there. And I will give thee tables of stone, and the law, and the commandments which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. And Moshe rose up, and his minister Joshua, and Moshe went up into the mountain of Alahai. And he said unto the elders, tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aharon and Hur are with you. If any man have matters to do, let him come unto them. And Mashah went up into the mountain, and a cloud covered the mountain. And the glory of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the seventh day he called unto Mashah. He called unto Mashah out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like a devouring fire on the top of the mountain, in the eyes of the children of Yasha'al. And Mashah went into the midst of the cloud, and got him up into the mountain. And Mashah was in the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. Kal Sharad Bari Home,
Kal Sharad Bar Yahweh,
Not Shal, Not Shemai,
Not Shal Mashmai.
all that Yahweh said,
All that Yahweh said,
what we're doing here.
what we're doing here. So we see that Mashah was called up into the mountain, brought up by the cloud, which some refer to as the chariot of the Most High. And he would abode up there for 40 days and 40 nights. And the Most High would be giving him the covenant testimony written by the Most High's hand, as we'll read in next week's Torah portion. So, the Haftorah will be taken in Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, verses 8 to 22, and then Jeremiah 33, verses 25 to 26. And in this Haftorah portion, we see Jeremiah describes the punishment that will befall the Israelites because they continue enslaving the Hebrew slaves after 6 years of servitude. So we just read in the Torah portion how after the 6 years of servitude that a Hebrew servant was to be allowed to be set free along with subsistence after their 6 years of service to their master. But then we see Jeremiah describing how the Most High would punish Israel for not obeying what the Torah said, how to treat our fellow servant, our fellow brother, who was in service to us as an indentured servant. Okay? So we see that Jeremiah describes the punishment for not allowing the Hebrew slaves or the indentured servants to leave after King Zedekiah make a pact with the people according to that they would all release their servants after the 6 years of service, as commanded in the Torah. Shortly thereafter, the Israelites reneged on this pact and forced their free servants to re-enter into servitude. Yahweh then dispatched Jeremiah with a message of rebuke.
That's like the Jim Crow laws.
Okay. Right, for those who don't know, the Jim Crow laws were basically a rekindling of the slave laws.
Tinkling?
Well, retinkling of the slave laws to allow the ability to bring newly released slaves back into servitude. And they would do it by means of saying that they owed a debt and they had to pay the debt off by now becoming workers for free on any given white man's plantation. Okay?
Or they'll put them in jail.
Put them in jail and then put them in jail and then use them as free labor because they were in prison.
They put them in jail also. Then when they got put in jail, they would take them and hire them out to the people they used to work for. They used to be slaves for.
Hire them back out to the former plantations, and then the plantations will end up paying the courts. So, he did. The Most High dispatched Jeremiah with a message of rebuke. Therefore, so says Yahweh, you have not hearkened to me to proclaim freedom, everyone to his brother, or everyone to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim freedom to you, saith Yahweh. To the sword and to the pestilence, and to the famine. I will make you an object of horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. The Torah then vividly depicts the destruction and devastation that the Israelites would experience. The Torah concludes with the words of reassurance, just I will not cancel my covenant with the day or night. I will not cancel the laws of heaven and earth, so too I will not cast out the nation of Israel. So we must remember the commandments and the Torah and to do and keep them. And he will return our captivity to us. Okay, so Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, 8 to verse 22, and then from there, Jeremiah 33, 25 to 26. Got it, Brother Mario?
34:8. 34:8.
Yeah, 34, 8 to 22.
Jeremiah chapter 34, verse 8. This is the word that came unto Jeremiah from Yahweh, after that the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem, to proclaim liberty unto them, and every man that is manservant, and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew or a Hebress, go free, that none should serve himself or them, to wit of the Jew his brother. Now when all the princes and all the people which had entered into the covenant heard that everyone should let his manservant and everyone his maidservant go free, that none should serve themselves of them any more, then they obeyed and let them go. But afterward they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids, of whom they had let go free, to return, and brought them into subjugation for servants and for handmaids. Therefore the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, Thus saith Yahweh, Yahweh Yeshua, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondmen, saying, at the end of 7 years, that ye know every man his brother in Hebrew, which hath been sold unto them, and which he hath served and when he hath served these 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. And you were now turned, and had done right in my sight, in proclaiming liberty, every man his neighbor. And he had made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant, and every man his handmaid, whom ye had set at liberty at their pleasure, to return, and brought them into subjugation, to be unto you servants and for handmaids. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, ye have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim liberty for you, saith Yahweh, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine, and I will make you be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And I will give to them that have transgressed my covenant, which have not performed the words of the covenant which they have made before me. When they cut the calf in twain, and cast between the parts thereof, the princes of Judah and the princes of Jerusalem, the eunuchs and the priests, and all the people of the land, which passed between the parts of the calf, I will even give them into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life, and their dead bodies shall be for meat unto the fowls of heaven, and to the beasts of the earth. And Zedekiah king of Judah and his princes will I give into the hand of their enemies, and to the hand of them that seek their lives, and to the hand of the king of Babylon's army, which are gone up from you. Behold, I will command, saith Yahweh, and cause them to return to the city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire, and I will make the cities of Judah a desolate, without habitation, without inhabitant.
So this is the judgment that the Most High will bring upon Israel for not obeying Torah, as far as setting the servant free after 6 years of servitude. All right? So now we can go to Jeremiah 33, verses 25 and 26.
Thus saith Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 25. Thus saith Yahweh, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinances of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them.
So the Most High said, because he has made a ordinance with day, an ordinance with night, an ordinance with the stars of heaven, and an ordinance with the firmament, with the sun and with the moon. And since those ordinances have not ceased to exist, so the nation of Israel will not cease to exist. So he will remember, and he will return our captivity in due season, once we have learned our lesson and return back into covenant to Torah. All right? So that was Jeremiah 33, 25 to 26. The Besorah is in Matthew 26, 20 to 30. And we see in Matthew 26, 20 to 30, we see the covenant through Moses with the blood of animals, and we see the covenant made through Yahushua blood with us through his sacrificing for our sin offering, and the covenant of blood between us and the Most High. And this is why we have a blood covenant with the Heavenly Father. Through the circumcision that all males are supposed to commit on the 8th day, and also through the blood sacrifice, but finally through the blood sacrifice of Yahushua and Mashiach. So we commemorate that with bread and with wine to commemorate the blood of Yahushua and Mashiach as often as possible. And we remember that covenant that was made with us as a nation when we came out of the land of Egypt. Okay, Matthew 26, 20 to 30.
Now when evening was come, he sat down with the 12. And as they did eat, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto him, Lord, is it I? And he answered and said, He that dippeth his hands with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. The Son of Man goeth as it is written of him. But woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been better for that man if he had not been born. Then Judas, which betrayed him, answered and said, Master, is it I? He said unto him, Thou hast said. And as they were eating, Yahushua took bread and blessed it, and brake it, and gave it to the disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And he took the cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for remission of sin. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine, until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom.
So when we make it to the kingdom of heaven, those that return into covenant with Torah, return into covenant with Yahushua and Mashiach, be obedient to the laws, statutes, commandments of what Mashiach laid before us as the nation of Israel, then Yahushua and Mashiach will drink a fresh cup of wine with us in the kingdom of the Most High, in the kingdom of heaven. Go ahead.
And when they had sung a hymn, they went out into the Mount of Olives.
Okay, so we see that the blood covenant that the Most High made with us through Mashiach is the same blood covenant that Yahushua and Mashiach rekindled, remade with us through his sacrifice. Because we did not keep Torah to the best of our ability. So, in conclusion, well, we went over a lot of laws this week. We read that we're not supposed to appear before the Most High that all males are supposed to appear before the Most High 3 times a year especially. And what are those 3 times?
Passover,
Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread,
Feast of Tabernacles,
Feast of Tabernacles,
and
Pentecost.
Pentecost.
Come. So Feast of Tabernacles, Passover, and Feast of Unleavened Bread, and what's that third? Pentecost, come, which occurs 50 days after the second day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, on the 16th day of Abib. That's when you count your 50 days to get to the day of Pentecost. Okay. Any comments? La? All right, shalom, shalom. Hope brothers and sisters got a lot from this Torah portion this week. Stay abreast, stay committed. What we have coming up on February 22nd, I believe, is the day of Nakor, the day of Judas Maccabees, and the 23rd and 24th is the first and second days of Purim. All right, we just had our new moon celebration on February 10th. So we're in the 12th Kadash, moving forward. So we thank all the brothers and sisters for coming up. So we say Shabbat Shalom for those that are still in Shabbat, but then for those that are out of Shabbat, stay in the faith, stay committed, and Kwam Yashala, Hallelujah.